stop to see me fall. You ain't never ever gonna see me crawl. You can try and shoot me with a million lights. You can try and cut me with a sharp and eyes. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Ain't nobody who will ever bring me down. Ain't nobody who can take away my crown. Like the dust and like the tide. Still I rise. Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the money in the bank. Got the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang to the break. Bang, 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 bang. I'm a boss, and you know that I'm finna shine. Got the wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares hit your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
everyone, and welcome to the final day of Valorant Challengers EU. We're down to just 4 teams who will be battling out for the remaining 2 spots at Masters. I'm Yinsu, and I'm delighted, as always, to introduce to you guys your casters for today. It is the return of Mitch and Lothar. Mitch, as I said, this is the last day of Challengers 1. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a little bit emotional.
You feeling emotional? You know what? Me too. I shed a little bit of a tear earlier on. This is going to be the end of the first stage of Challengers. It's been unbelievable to get to be involved along this run and see all these teams fight for their spot in Masters. I'm excited to get Masters started, but right here, we've got some great games, and I have a feeling that tonight's going to be a good night.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty spicy. Lothar, last day, last chance, and the last time I spoke to you, you said you wanted to see teams come out and play with more confidence. Is this the same thing that you want to see from today's teams?
I think we don't need confidence from either FNATIC or Ballista. They are amazingly mature for how long they play together. So I cannot wait. I literally cannot wait for that match. And I'm super hyped that this is actually going to be the first one. And then we're gonna have a clash of styles. The first match is gonna be very different from the second match, where we're gonna see OG and Raise Your Edge gaming. So it's gonna be a day of, let's say, variance. You know, it's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, a day of variance. I like that because yesterday was a whole other thing. But before we dive into that, I want to show you guys the schedule. Lothar has briefly touched on the games we are expecting, but let's take a look on your screens now so you guys can remember exactly what is coming up today. First up, Ballista will be taking on FNATIC, followed by Raise Your Edge versus OG for that last spot at Masters. You know, there's a lot on the line here, and absolutely everything to play for. But as I alluded to just now, let's just catch up with Mitch and Lothar here, because you guys weren't on the desk yesterday for all the craziness we witnessed. You know, right off the bat, Diffuse versus G2. If we also look at the bracket, in case it wasn't obvious enough, you guys, G2 aren't there. So G2 didn't make it after yesterday's best of 3. Mitch, what do you think happened there?
I mean, it's a tough one to call, really, for G2. They started so strong. They got that one map lead, the one that you see right above Diffuse there. That was Ascent, 13-3. At that point, I mean, surely that's the tone set for the game, right? But Diffuse battled back, and we knew this was a capable team. I don't think I've ever seen Takas play the way that he did in that series. You could see they were out for blood and hungry for that spot in Masters. It's rare that you come out of a game for Diffuse and you don't highlight Logan, but I think across that whole series, he wasn't the player that stood out the most. It was Takas that took the crown. And for G2, they join Liquid now as another team who have made roster changes, not taken an IGL, or as Liquid did, got rid of their IGL and didn't pick up a new one, and then failed to qualify. And it maybe raises some questions at the moment, you know, how important is an IGL in these teams? And so far it seems to be, when you look at the top 5 anyways, they all have them, and they've got pretty recognizable ones as well.
Well, you know, Lothar, no G2, no Team Liquid, and no Vitality among others at Masters. But I think if you scoured social media, people would say that last night's game was the biggest upset at Challengers. Is that something that you would agree with?
I would say, yes, I agree with that. It was an upset. But for people who are really into, like, you know, the macro and micro game that teams are presenting right now, I don't feel that they should be surprised. G2, I put them as, you know, the team that should have won yesterday, myself, but that was because of their personal prowess and the skill that each of the players that they have in the team represents. But overall, as a team, I don't think they progressed. I don't think they evolved with Valorant, with the other teams. Like, good example is FNATIC, Ballista. I feel Diffuse is also advancing in that department as well. And this is why we're going to see them in Masters for the first time, by the way, because Diffuse was always one step before qualifying for the main event. And, you know, people were expecting G2, such a big organization, to come on top and just advance to Masters. But the reality is Valorant is a very complicated game that is evolving every single patch. And we're going to see that over and over again. And teams like FNATIC, like Ballista today, this is why I'm so hyped for the first match, gonna set up the tone for the future of the organized play, at least in EU, because NA, I feel like they just go out and pew everyone apart from maybe 2 teams. But this is something that I'm really, really hyped about in EU.
Well, it's out with the old and in with the new, and teams just simply cannot be underestimated at this point of the competition. And I do want to make one more point about Diffuse, because Lothar, I believe you prepared something from your lab to show us from the best of 3 last night.
Oh yeah. I have one round prepared from the previous game, the yesterday's game in Diffuse and G2. This is round 15 from Split, where Diffuse is trying to set up a default attack while G2 tries to defend. So before we actually touch upon what exactly is happening, I wanted to just briefly touch on the topic. What is a default attack? Split is a map that has 3 choke points. Those are here. Those are the choke points. And you want to set up a default position as an attacker, which means that every single lane has a presence from you. This is why we see Raze over here, we see some players on mid, we see some players on A as well. Their task is to make sure that they have info if someone from the defenders is pushing those lanes. If no one is pushing, then they can decide where they're gonna take map control. And this is what we see right now. Akuma is using his Aftershock with the combination of the Omen smoke to mark his footsteps and go into vents to take map control on mid. Everyone else on the map is still holding their positions, so make sure that the defenders are not pushing anywhere, or if they're pushing, they're gonna get 3 kills. Now this is very important because we're gonna see a change of pace once Akuma gets control of vents. This is the moment where he is there in vents waiting for the entire team to take their positions. And this is another thing. We see rotation. We see Raze coming on mid. We see a fake that will start with the Omen smoke on Heaven B, which will then put the defenders in a position where they still have to be on B side, while others might be prepared for a push on A. This is where crucial positions are. Breach, Akuma from Diffuse is gonna have to wait for the team to execute on A, and we're gonna see that in a moment while the entire team is trying to take positions. Omen is gonna rotate to Suez, gonna set up a paranoia for Jet to dash onto ramp, and basically the entire execute will be trying to focus on that. The utility from Akuma will also be very, very important, where he's gonna flash and support the attack. So this is basically it. You know, it doesn't matter who won that round or not, but this is like a thing that you need to be aware of, how teams are utilizing map control and utility to set up plays. And this is a very simple round, by the way. And it's not yet that simple to kind of watch, right?
Yeah, I absolutely love the discipline as well that we saw out of Diffuse on the latter 2 maps, and thank you so much, Lothar, for that. But Diffuse and Guild are through after yesterday, and one team who is looking to join them today is OG. They will be facing Raise Your Edge later. I caught up with OG's coach Damon earlier. I'm joined now by OG's coach, Damon. Hi, Damon. Welcome back to the stream. You guys have had a great run at Challengers so far, but I just wanted to ask you, in comparison to some of the other teams that have been playing and participating, you've played a lot less, because of the way that you've qualified to the last week. You've only actually played 4 best of 3s. Do you think this will be a concern for your roster, given that you guys are relatively new?
I mean, we kind of spoke about it, for instance, with AKM. I think the format overall is very great for us by the fact that we won the first stage of Challenger. Mm-hmm. The issue is, as you say, we don't really play that much. Like, we only did 1 series in maybe a month, maybe less, but it doesn't really push us into our, out of our zone of comfort by playing more officials. But we have a lot of experience inside the team. You have myself, TV, KK, and Co, who played many competitions before. We know how to adapt to this kind of environment. We know how to keep our head straight and our mind straight for that. So I don't think it's going to be a problem for us.
Well, I just have to address, because you're sitting in a very different room to the last time I spoke to you. Are you guys having a boot camp right now?
Yeah, it's pretty much myself, AKM, and Element. We decided to go to the Sunflower House, OG, to just be together, trying to put our mindset and physically in the competition. So yeah, pretty much there. It's very comfy. We met a lot of people, so that was great.
I think a few teams have been boot camping, and it's really showing in their match and officials. And like you said, you guys haven't had that many chances to play. So for you, what have you been working on over the last few weeks?
We tried to work specifically on like keeping the shape that we had on mini games where a lot of people expected us to lose. I think we found our form, we found what we wanted to focus on, and we just tried to like perfect it for the past couple of weeks. Obviously, the 8-6 game was a loss, pretty big one, but at the same time, it showed a lot of positives on our side, and losing usually is a very good element for you to move forward. And that game against Heretics was definitely what we needed. And I think it was a game that's gonna make us qualify today.
Well, Heretics is a very different opponent to Raise Your Edge. And of course, you guys haven't played Raise Your Edge before. So what do you make of them as an opponent today?
I mean, we had the chance to play them in scrims, and like I know a little bit of their coach and the players in it. They're a very particular team. They have a very like specific profile. They wanted to be unique and like go for the genre. But I don't think it's gonna be a problem against us. I think we're truly prepared, and we know what to expect, and we know what to do against them.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you, Yinsu. Appreciate it.
Mitch, you know, a lot of people probably didn't expect them to be here after, you know, their debut back in January, but they deserve to be here, don't they?
Yeah, I think they've proven that now. You know, then they came into Red Bull home ground back in January. It was shocking. They played some of the worst Valorant I think I'd seen, and I wrote the team off immediately. And then in Challengers, you know, we saw the results come in, but we're not seeing the games. We're like, okay, we'll see how they're playing. Once they got on stream, though, I think they just won our hearts instantly. They played such clean Valorant from start to finish, and I think it's a good point there what they're saying, like they know what they're coming up against and they're ready. I actually think that even though they're a new team and they're kind of inexperienced, if you look at the overarching storyline of their team and how they play versus Raise Your Edge, I think they play cleaner Valorant. So I like the fact that they've got the confidence there in the interview to say they know what they're doing and what they're coming up against, because they should, in my opinion, be the favorites.
Well, indeed, they will get that chance to prove themselves later. But before that, FNATIC will be playing Ballista. Let's remind ourselves what happened to FNATIC the last time we saw them here, back in week 2. Super excited for this matchup, and it's time to dive in. Pansy and Hyper, good luck and have fun with this one.
Potentially behind the smoke that FBX are positioned. Actually, that second flash is really good, but he can't swing quick enough on it. He will find Shao regardless, though. The Seekers go out. That's going to reveal Angel's position close by, and he still wins it. Zipman will get a kill elsewhere, but
kind of tricky. Look at the time. They've got 10 seconds. What are you going to do with this? Chak has won them this round. Maintaining that long control was formidable. Here now, Long's a problem. This is a nice little post plant. Chak's just going to spam on through. Angel's dead. Isolated up there. Uh-oh. FPX, we stop with bullets. Mo out of nowhere, but Shao doubles down himself. He knows all too well, but look at this. The decay, the vulnerable, it's all there. He needs the fight. And he ain't gonna get it. Mystic with the fadeaway. Just find Shao. And as you can see, time being bought here. Demastic knows his days are numbered. And there it is. Chak to finish out 13-6. Map 1. Close angles still can work pretty well, though, for FPX. So this is where things get a little bit trickier for Doma. He needs to find a clean 1v1, and he does, flies in for it. That's sadly Zipan. From Zipan. Yeah, there it is. Angel gonna find Doma. He gets another. Such control from Angel. And it's beautiful work across the board for FPX.
actually, second flash going up. Angel does catch a team flash off of that one. And actually, they're going to isolate this kill potentially. How is he still getting killed? How has he gone unchecked? He got tagged on a spy cam.
One enemy remains.
How?
Halfway.
No way.
3-4.
No way.
Embarrassing. Gun barrel shows, gets one. Oh, he thought the second was on the site. Oh, nice attempt, Boaster. Honestly, that was a really valiant attempt at that. I can't discredit him by any means. Trying to clutch it out as best he could, but 13-3.
It's FNATIC or FPX that's going to join Alliance and NIP at Masters. You guys take it away.
For the Mystic here is going to be waiting patiently. They'll check it. That's one, that's two, a third. No, not to happen this time. He needs to be more proactive on this. He's going to have to push it now. Around we go. Bye-bye. Angel posts up some utility, allowing Demasec a bit more safety to play in. Apparently, Doma. The plant is favorable, but the position is Mystic comes around and says goodbye to him. So Demasec doesn't wait on the... Oh! Demasec's
No way.
judgment on Doma. Unbelievable. And while that happened, Angel just found Mystic. Looks like FNATIC might just be done, and look who's waiting at the back of sight. Couldn't check it, didn't see it. Spike goes down, and there's Shadow appearing from one. FPX. Match point under the belt.
Well, that was a hell of a best of three. Of course, FNATIC didn't manage to get through that round, and FPX are now secure their spot at Masters. But Lothar, I can't help but feel that FNATIC were just a little bit outclassed on the day.
Well, I guess they were. And it's a little bit unlucky for FNATIC that they had to face a team like FPX who kinda have similar playstyle to them. And now they have Ballista, who are also very similar to them when it comes to the playstyle. So we'll see. Hopefully FNATIC will come on top, for the fans of their organization today. But they have a very, very tough task ahead of them.
They do indeed. Well, ahead of today's best of three between FNATIC and Ballista, I sat down with their coach Mini, who gave us a little bit more insight on what they have been working on. I'm joined now by FNATIC's coach, Mini. Welcome back to the stream. It's always great to have you here. Right off the bat, I just wanted to ask you, because we have seen some upsets here in the tournament, and this will be the third time you guys are at this stage trying to qualify. You're very familiar with the playoffs at this point. Do you think there is more pressure this week to make sure that you do manage to go through?
It's obviously our last chance, so obviously pressure is at its highest right now. I saw some of the upsets yesterday, G2 versus Defuse. I'd say that was probably Defuse have been looking really good in Prac. Everyone knows Defuse are really good behind the scenes. I think that was just their opportunity to show it in an official. With Ballista, I think we've got an opponent that there's not so much noise about them right now, but when you watch them play in officials, or when I watch them play versus Honk, it looked very good and very structured. And that's what I like to play against. I like to play against teams that remind us of ourselves a little bit, like back when we were Summon. Like, they've got structure and they've got good players. Like, they've got a really good comp. I like how they play. So pressure's on us today.
Well, in terms of their team com, they also like to play some funky things, and you're obviously quite familiar with funky team comps. How difficult do you think it will be to play against, agents like Phoenix and Sky when other teams don't usually do this?
So like their comp is very, I'd say, attack side heavy, and I'd say it's very ultimate heavy. So they have some really underrated agents that, like, for EU, like Phoenix and Sky kind of like not played tons in EU right now, and they both have like 6 orbs for the ult, which is really important. So like if they get into a momentum and then they've got their ult after winning a round, they could snowball quite hard. So that's something we're looking at for. But we've got a few tricks up our sleeves too, so I think we'll be okay.
I mean, that's always a good thing, actually, when a FNATIC are coming at us with new tricks, because, judging from the way you've been playing Bind, it's really worked out for you guys. And actually, I do want to ask you about your map pool, because we are seeing a pattern here where you guys stomp other teams on Bind, but then the other maps you play on tend to get a little bit iffy or too close for comfort. All of your playoffs matches so far have gone to the third map, and you guys haven't managed to nail that down. Are there any concerns about your map pool right now?
Yeah, there's been a concern. So since First Strike, obviously we didn't have 5 maps down, and since then we've kind of, like, we're well aware that our map pool just isn't where it should be right now. I'd say, to be brutally honest, we're not playing to the expectations of what we think of ourselves. Like, we can play so much better than this, and we know it, kind of thing. And I think a lot of that comes down to, like, I'm taking a lot of responsibility for that. I think that some of our game plans on certain maps have been a little bit too complicated and a little bit confused. So some of the players with the inexperience just don't quite understand sometimes what they're doing. So this week has been a very busy week for me and Ballista, trying to just simplify things and just make things really clean. Just make sure everyone's confident and shooting heads.
I mean, it is just that easy, right? As long as you're shooting heads, the wins will come. And thank you very much for joining me, Mini, and I'm looking forward to your game later.
Cheers, Yinsu.
It's always a pleasure to chat to Mini, but Mitch, he said there that they've got a few more tricks up their sleeves. And at this point, I can't imagine anything else that this team can give us, given the amount of things they have trialed and tested in the scene right now.
Yeah, I don't know if my heart can take what they consider a trick up their sleeve, because their whole game plan is basically one anyways. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what they've got for us. My favorite takeaway, though, is what Mini's saying. You know, we know what we're coming up against. They know Ballista, and even talking about how they remind them of like an earlier Summon FC. And I think that when you look at this opponent that they're facing, this is somewhere that their map pool can be tested. So the fact that, again, they're aware of that and saying that their game plan, the way they're playing right now, isn't necessarily up to scratch. I found that kind of funny, to be honest. You know, you just lose to FBX barely, like you close to beating them, and you're like, we're playing trash. Like, hey, look, you got to aim for #1, and we know FNATIC have got their sights set on it.
I mean, if we look at the way that they've been playing and the fact that Mini also acknowledged they have some map pool concerns right now, Mitch, I've seen people say that they're only good on bind. Is that something that you would agree with, given that they've pretty much lost on all of the other maps they've played at the playoff stage?
I would say if you compare their other maps to their bind, then they're trash at every other map. But that's only because they're so good on bind. Like, you look at their results, and it's literally the best teams in the world struggled to get 6 rounds versus them. That's pretty commendable. But yeah, going outside that map pool, then it becomes pretty tough. Now, they've had some time to prepare. What they've played 1 BO3 over the last 3 weeks. That's pretty decent. You know, they've got time there to work on their map pool throughout all that downtime, and hopefully that's come through, and we'll see Ballista having a little bit of a struggle bus.
Well, if we look on the other side, their opponent Ballista, they do have quite similar map pools. They both play quite well on bind and Haven. Actually, Ballista are unbeaten on bind. And I know, Lothar, you've been quite impressed with this team. Tell me, what do you think their win conditions are today against FNATIC?
There is no win condition, I feel like, because the teams are very similar to each other. The win condition is just to be strong mentally. There's one edge that FNATIC has, and it's the experience. I feel like the players are just very well, let's say, they have the expectations set. They know how to approach the game on equal footing and with a good mental attitude. You know, while Ballista might be a very mature, you know, they look very mature in the gameplay, but they're all very young when it comes to the players. Like, they barely like 20 even, you know, most of them. And the 6th player is not even 16 years old, so he cannot even play in tournaments right now. And because of that, I feel like that's the one thing they have to make sure it works, because the psychological aspect of the team will be the culprit if something fails. And that's the only thing I'm worried about when it comes to Ballista, because on the tactical side, they have a very deep playbook. They have fantastic stats on attack, apart on Icebox, and not so great stats on defense. And that shows that the team has a coherent attacking side, which means they are disciplined and well-trained.
Well, you know, FNATIC are known for being creative, right? But if you look at Ballista and the agents they've been playing, I mean, they run the Phoenix and Sky on Haven, Lothar. How difficult is it to play against a team that do that? It's
very interesting because they pick Phoenix and Sky because of the lack of Sova. Both of those agents also give you informations, right? Sky has the Hawks that make a sound whenever they flash anyone, and this can be used to a certain extent in a way of like a recon arrow, because they can clear for like one angle and get information if someone is there. Then we have the Tasmanian Tiger that's also allowed to get informations. But Phoenix with his ultimate is insanely powerful as a scouting tool that also is putting pressure on their opponents. So they use those two agents to substitute the lack of Sova, which is amazing to see, because it also allows them to play their orb economy way better than with a Sova. Sova has a 7 orb ultimate, which is a lot when you consider how he has to be played, while both Sky and Phoenix have 6, and they can be used they can use those ults whenever they feel like, because they are not as let's say limited to what they do on the map like Sova's ults. I really love the approach that they do in their composition.
Well, let's take a look at the map vetoes now, because like we said, they do have some crossovers between these two teams. So we're expecting something quite even, I would say. And looking at this, it is going to be Haven, Bind, and Icebox. And I just want to give you guys a heads up that, of course, Ascent is not there. And that's to be expected when you play against FNATIC. They perma-ban that map. But today, they have decided not to ban Ascent, Mitch, for the first time since, I believe, the team's inception.
Oh, okay. So I hadn't actually seen the ban. So Ballista banned Ascent then.
Indeed,
and I
yes.
think that's kind of a bit of a counterplay on, like, you take a risk sometimes. If you're a team picking a map or picking which map to ban, and you know your opponent is uncomfortable on that one as well, it's like, are they really gonna just pick it anyways or let it through as the decider and potentially sabotage both of us? You know, those are where you either get really messy games if your opponent does allow it through, where you're both kind of clueless and you're not comfortable and it all goes to hell, or a team has prepared specifically for that. Now, I think Ballista will have sat back and went, okay, we have an opportunity to play against FNATIC's normal ban, but what if it's a trap, right? And you just sit back and go, okay, we don't want to play that map. Let's ban it out, get it out of the way. It makes sense. Looking at Haven, Bind, and Icebox, right? I'm actually really excited for Icebox and the direct head-to-head matchup of the Vipers, especially because in that series versus FPX, where they, I'd say almost took it, like the last map was 13-7, so it was relatively close. It was Mystic that was doing the heavy lifting. If I had to pick an MVP from FNATIC, it would have been him. So giving him a Viper to play with on Icebox, I'm a fan of.
Well, Lothar, you know, we have Haven to deal with first. And on the side of FNATIC, it hasn't gone well for them as of late. But for Ballistic, this is a great pick, right?
For Ballista, it's a great pick for attack. Like, they have fantastic stats on attack for Haven. It's 70% win rate on attack, while 46% on defense. So that also just shows the message, yes, we're prepared to execute on sides, we have good composition on attack. That's also what I pointed out when it comes to the Phoenix and Sky, how they use them. But Haven is one of the best maps to also showcase a creativity of a team, and that goes both ways for FNATIC and for Ballista. And it's hard to say who has an edge on this map, because we didn't see, you know, for quite a while FNATIC play, you know, and Mini said that they have some tricks up their sleeve, so maybe there's something that we don't expect, and I hope so, because it will be amazing to analyze during the game what is happening. So I don't want to call out anyone here, like, oh, this map is going for FNATIC, this map is going for Ballista, because I feel like this is gonna go for the third map, and all of the matches will be very close. I hope so, at least, because I want to watch this match as long as possible.
Well, we did our predictions on social media, on Twitter earlier. You guys can check those out on Val Esports EU. We might have a graphic to come up now here as well. But Lothar, you've strayed from the pack. You've gone with Ballista instead of FNATIC, whereas I think all four of us went with FNATIC to win on the first map. So explain to us why you think Ballista would take this one.
You remember First Strike? When I said that Heretics probably has a very small edge over G2?
Yep, I do remember.
That's very similar situation to this one right here. Heretics, I watched a lot of VODs of Heretics back then, and I really liked what I seen. From Ballista, I only have seen one match so far, but I really loved what I seen so far. And I predict that because of the lack of scouting that FNATIC can do on real life VODs, they might have a bit of an edge. And because of that, I think Ballista might take it, but it's gonna be a very, very, very close matchup.
Well, I also think it's going to go to 3 maps. If you look at the way FNATIC have played at this stage of playoffs, the last 2 times they were here, it was 2-1 Wave, 2-1 FPX. I just don't think they have the enough depth in their map pool yet to close this out. But Icebox will be interesting if we get there. And Mitch, tell us about your prediction, because I can see that after yesterday, you've decided to go with some smarter choices.
Oh wow, I took one risk. Okay, I took one risk. That's all I did. Yeah, Wave let me down a little bit on my predictions, but I've gone obviously with FNATIC here. I think that Bind is pretty much a given. that they're favorites on it. Okay, we can look at Ballista and say, oh, 100% win rate, it's fantastic. They played HSD. Outside of that, I don't rate any of the teams they played versus, whereas FNATIC are beating the best teams in Europe right now dominantly. So I think they have to take the edge there, which means then I have to say the win conditions for Ballista are that they win Haven and that they win Icebox. I don't feel very confident that they'll win both of those maps, so maybe they pick up one, maybe we get a third mapper out of it. What I would say, though, is on Haven, you do still have a little bit of an edge in that on the defensive side, they've mostly started attacking. So they've played out, I think, on average 6 rounds on defense. And if you look at that, that's the pistol round they're losing, and then their buy rounds are pretty solid. So I think all around, their Haven is pretty good, which gives them a chance. But I'm still going to say FNATIC will take it 2-0.
Oh, 2-0, Mitch. Yeah, okay, fair enough. We'll see what happens. We do have Agent Select coming up very shortly, but I just wanted to quickly counter you, Mitch, on your statistics when it comes to FNATIC on Bind, because in this competition, they have only lost to Polish teams on Bind. They have beaten everybody else on that map, and they lost twice on Bind, both times against Polish teams. And I believe Boaster, I think, tweeted after those losses saying that Polish teams are the best Bind teams in the world. So does that change your mind at all with that information?
I mean, I can't argue with the stats. You are correct. Both losses they had, and the funny thing is, like, they were really close losses, but then they like bounced back in 13-6 FPX and stuff. It's an odd one for sure, but no, I'm gonna believe those are once-offs. I'm not gonna call it just yet.
You know what's funny?
Well, we are.
I'm Polish and I love Bind as well.
Good. Okay, I thought you were gonna make another point to try and counter Mitch, but we all love Bind here, which is good to know. But Lothar, even talk me through some of the agents they're hovering here. Do you want to see a Yoru today?
I'm not sure if they're trolling or not. I would love to. You know, it's one of those agents that I still have to be proven that is a great pick in high-level play. We'll see. We know that developers are trying to change it and buff it a little bit so we get maybe more Yor in the future. But as you can see, the team is not deciding to go Yor.
Oh wait, hold on. We have 2 Phoenixes. Is this North America?
Stepped into a different time zone all of a sudden. What's going on here? So I can accept that from Ballista, but if FNATIC looked at this and thought, hey, you're going to play a Phoenix, and as Minnie said, right, they have tricks up their sleeve. They know that it's a very ult-heavy economy that the opponents are going for, and maybe this is FNATIC's response. Okay, we're going to have to fight for ult orbs and take those away from Ballista, so let's make sure we get the best value from those ult orbs. I love that.
I love that as well.
Yeah. I mean, Lothar, do you think a way to counter a Phoenix is just having your own Phoenix?
I'm not sure if it's been used as a counter. I mean, I know this was a serious question, but I feel like that this is just a way of having that additional agent that delivers a little bit of scouting, because Haven is such a heavy information map. You know, I hate it on solo queue. It's almost impossible to play in solo queue, but in a competitive setting, it's such a demanding map when it comes to knowing what's going on and how do you get map control. And Phoenix, because of the way that his utility works, is fantastic for that.
Well, Lothar, I know you've been waiting for this all week, and so have the rest of us, but I cannot wait to see how this turns out. Mitch and Lothar, take us away for the first match.
FNATIC and Ballista butting heads, the second last best of 3 at Challengers going live in front of your eyes. And you know what, Lothar? I said it when I was actually casting a FNATIC event a little while ago, and I'll say it again. I've got a feeling, woohoo, that this is going to be a good match.
I love it, man. I love it. I'm prepared to look at the minimap for most of the time, because this is one of those matchups where there's going to be a lot of going on with the utility everywhere. We're probably not going to see a lot of 5-man pushes unless late into the round when the team's like going to already use up their utility. So let's look at the pistol round. What's going on?
Well, starting this one off, you can see FNATIC want to take that little bit of mid control, and by little bit I mean a lot, because there's flashes, there's walls, they're getting in there and looking for the spike plan straight away, baiting out any utility that might be in play or re-aggression. And there's the aggression they were waiting for, right into the trap. Ballista have fallen, but another player close was not expected. Kareem sideswipes them, drops the spike, and the plan falls apart now for FNATIC. They have to try and recover it, pushing in through Garage. The first combat goes their way, but that That only equalizes the numbers. The ace up the sleeve, though, is Phoenix on his way up behind. They might think that both players are on long, and this is where Phoenix can get it done, but Doma dropped straight away, and Kareem on for the third, closing the round and putting the pistol into Ballista's hands.
Dude, I have chills. It's already amazing. It's round 1. And we already have seen some tactics that we didn't see before from other teams. FNATIC with the super fast execute on B, fake plant to take control of double doors. But Ballista, I'm not sure if this was like, you know, red or somehow they just did it on like improvised. But they pushed with 2 people out of double doors, and the third one waited. That was Kareem with the classic waiting for the peak when FNATIC was doing that fake that most likely went to go to C. And with the double kill, he set up the entire round.
Yeah, perfectly played, really, by Ballista. The intention of FNATIC was fantastic, but hey, maybe they don't know exactly what they're going up against, right? Ballista have got the brains. They're ready to go. Morphin, he's been huge for this team before. Paranoia not going to blind the second player, but he isolates the first fight and bails out. Perfectly played. Now a teammate here to continue fighting for control. They're not happy to concede it, knowing that this is likely a C split. They've torn them completely asunder, and FNATIC left in a 1 versus 4. This is going to be a tough one for Cypher. He has crept out onto the A site, but with the spike dropped in the open on C, I don't think he really gets a lot done. He's starting to flank over a little bit into spawn, but you know, it's a tough one with a classic.
His task is basically to just get some exit kills and then die, right? Because you don't want to save a weapon. You're gonna get less cash for the third one, which is gonna be the most impactful one when you need a full buy. But in general, you can also see how impactful Sky is here on this map. Her position on defense is on C, but because of the way her flashes work, she can instantly help on double doors in case they're being pushed, which is super valuable. It's basically like playing 1.5 agent on that position instead of just having 1.
Yeah, the use of Sky when she came in first, I love the idea of playing her with a Sentinel, because you're going to end up with this, your C hold almost has a Sentinel as well, right? You don't play on the site, but you get the information at periods throughout the round. And replacing Sova makes a lot of sense, but I love that we also see teams take Sova alongside her. FNATIC here have gone for the full buy. They have their weapons in hand, and Ballista should be playing this one as a bit of a bonus round, but they have still got some Vandals. In particular, I'm looking at Phoenix on the A side, who's pushed all the way up on short and gotten that info, allowing the rotates to come around. The C site now under threat, but the reinforcements are on their way. They've even spotted players outside with the flash. They don't know how many, but they know there's at least one outside C, and there's no one outside of A. That information alone is incredibly valuable, and that's why presumably we'll see Jet stay on the site as the push comes through, and a double fight on backside. Doma's in trouble unless he manages to blind them up. Jet is available to swing from spawn, but he's ready. Doma's got the big brain, and they find both kills. That is absolutely huge. Although he only finds one of them, the intention to turn around and look at spawn is what allows them to take over that site and now put it into a 5v2 that looks pretty undoable. You've got a Vandal and a Spectre to try and get back in here.
Oh, there's gonna be a hard retake. They just need to damage the economy. They get 1 kill. They get 2. Buddy with the double kill. Even though that was a very hard task, actually. Loved how both teams played. The execution from FNATIC was actually pretty great because they set up all the angles perfectly, but they were countered by the Jet smoke. If you were paying attention, I was actually trying to counter all the flashes coming from FNATIC, and at the same time, it just helped out on the hold to delay the plant. So well played by both teams, but they kind of counter each thing that they do to each other. So it's really cool things to behold, because it has like micro plays that give a lot of edge to one of the side.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoy that, right? Watching how Cloudbursts have evolved from originally just being like, haha, lol, they're just bad smokes, to no, they're actually utility that can be used as a smoke, but also as many more things outside of it. This fast push on the site, look, Mystic has managed to make it up behind them. They're so focused on the choke point being pushed on, they didn't expect that teleport. To be honest, I didn't either. It's a ballsy play, and one that's worked out for a kill, a site, and pretty much a round win at this point. Ballista, they've invested into this one. They're at least grabbing the double, though. Hold on, Spike dropped. Morphin wants to hold on to this for dear life. He'll smoke it off, dodges the shock dart, peeks out, sees one leg, spotted, and another kill under his belt. The teleport, shadow step across. He's gonna TP out of there for extra safety and security, taking an alternate angle to his teammate, who has ult online. This is huge. We take a look at Phoenix ulting right into the site. Here comes the flash through the cage. Doesn't blind anyone, but a kill for his trouble. And the flanker on the way has the info. There's no one else on site, but he's stepping. He's running. He doesn't expect Jack to be there. They thought he was flanking into spawn from window, but no, he's instead holding for a position where the spike isn't planted for him. The wall goes up and Jack moves forward, halfway stuck already. Time is an enemy at this point, and the spray misses. He wasn't ready for such a bold peek from Batty straight through his own wall, and that ultimately, that brave play is what gets Ballista the round.
Hey, NA teams, pay attention how those two teams are playing, because this is a beauty. Absolute beauty. This is a level of play that we didn't see for quite a while. Like execution from FNATIC, the play with the smoke on top, the lurk from Mystic, then usage of his ultimate to change his position while still, like, you know, trying to intimidate Ballista. And then we have seen Morphin just outplay FNATIC as well, right? With the with one of his teleports, then into ultimate as well to change the position. The only thing that failed was that push with the knife out, right? But in general, all the teams are just playing so well.
Oh, FNATIC, they've gone for a bit of a force here, having themselves a Vandal, some weaker weapons, but managing 1 for 2 trades at the very start. This is about as good as it could go. Overwhelmed the site. Flash keeps Jet back from even dashing onto site. The Cloudburst could have allowed her to do so, and instead they're going to have to delay this a little longer. QXV wanted to get a bit too aggressive. Right into Mystic he went. They've spotted the info, but look, oh, hold on! Right back into it again. Kareem and Batty, these guys are on fire. They're pulling back rounds that they should have no chance in. Long control lost. This is a real anxiety attack for Cypher on site. He's got to check 2 different angles and he can't get it done. They know where Mystic was playing. They go through, but he's on the side. Batty luckily deals with him in time. And another defuse and another massive clutch by Ballista. They have no right to win these last couple of rounds, and they keep on getting them. And look at that. With all the kills, with the A ult orbs that's constantly being given to Ballista, Batty has his ult online again.
4 ultimates ready. That's insane. That's absolutely insane, because now FNATIC has also have to force, and they go into a situation where they're not only losing on economy, but they're also losing on the economy just by the ults, and those ults can pull through the entire rounds while getting the better weapons from FNATIC. So far, we have 5 rounds, right? All of the 5 rounds I can take to the veteran segment and break down with so many cool things happening. Really insane. You should tell your friends to watch this match and watch the VODs, because this is setting up a new level of play.
You know what, Lothar? I said this to Riot before. I said, listen, we're going to do a 1-hour match and then a 3-hour post-match breakdown. That's that's what we need in Valorant to really get all the content out of it, because so much happens that can easily be missed in the moment. But as we look at this round, FNATIC Boaster opening it up right away. They're going to be boasting to the teams about their control on the A site, giving Phoenix the ultimate to allow that plan to come in straight away. And with that, we should be seeing this round go FNATIC's way. And I say that because the last 3 times that I would have said that, it didn't. We'll see if there's a change this time. With so many ultimates to play against, the real problem is that right there. The Killjoy ultimate comes into play. Do they have shock darts to counter it? Can they destroy it? Maybe they won't get a chance, because QXV right out of heaven with a double kill. They go with the Rolling Thunder to buy some time. Boaster gets caught up in the ult. Now they're pushing forward, but that defuse is underway. It's more than halfway. They've got to go now, and they can't get there in time. Another successful man disadvantage retake for Ballista now. This is unbelievable, and even with Mo finding those exit frags, they mean very little. Ballista's economy is thriving. They're looking good. They're winning rounds, and their defense is on fire.
That's insane. Dude, this entire round was won by 2 ults. Sky ult and Killjoy lockdown. Insane. These Seekers allowed XQV to just get a double kill easy, because they are on full recoil on their Vandals, because they have to just spare 3 bullets for every single one of those Seekers, and he has a perfect recoil control on his knives, which basically have no recoil, right? So he just point and clicks, so he gets an easy double kill while the opponents are just basically disarmed. Insane play. The Killjoy just pushes out everyone out of the site, so they just get free defuse. Amazing to watch, and they should have not won that round if it wouldn't be up to the Killjoy and Sky combination.
Look at how passive Ballista are playing this round on the A side. Typically, they've pushed up long, but because they have the ultimate of Phoenix online, they don't need to take that kind of control. They'll save it up to go for retakes, and hell, with the success rate they're having on retakes right now, why not just play and spawn and retake whatever site they go to? It's been unbelievable for them so far. Doma gonna pop his ultimate, though, and try to gain some space. He gets blinded up by a paranoia. I don't know if that was Mystics. I think it was actually the enemies from the other side. So he doesn't get anything for his ultimate. A very low economy counter to that Phoenix ult is catching him with the paranoia and then just falling back. But it means they have to play retake on this site now as the spike is planted. Immediately QXV sideswipes that initial fight. Bold on the site with a double, and this is looking ridiculous. Hunter's Fury is online, but Mo can't pop. What? Hello? QXV thought he was safe? Mo can't delay long enough with the Hunter's Fury, so he wants to try to force fights and use other utility to push them off, but they've already got it halfway. He has to pop Hunter's Fury now and do some damage. Catches one and the kill with it. That could be it locked in there. All they need to do now is play the time. Both of them are low, but it's only halfway needed, and Morphin's already got one. Mo almost going down through the wall, but he comes out in time with the 3K and the round secured. That was damn close, though.
It was really close. It felt like XQV just was a little bit, let's say, confused on the position of the enemies because he actually peeked on top of the side without any assistance. So that was a little bit a mistimed moment for Ballista, which actually looked like a very, very capable retake in the beginning. In general, I really liked how FNATIC played, but it's so hard to keep control of what's happening on B when you have two entries from C and A links. And you just can't control everything, right? You can't. You would have to use all of the utility while being on a side, and you cannot just spare any kind of moment. Oh, wait, what is happening here?
Well, Mystics just completely wrecked them, but there's two more players tucked in with pistols up close, and this is where they could get into a little bit of trouble. Do you expect another? No, you don't. Morphin, he grabs a double. There's a weapon to be retrieved. Runs out of ammunition on the reload. Peek around the corner, the jump, but he still gets it done. He couldn't hit the headshot, the flank in play, and Bold gets away with murder. Ballista, they win the eco round. That is absolutely insane. FNATIC have got to have their heads in their hands right now. They've just managed to win a round, and then they lose it to mostly pistols. And the problem is FNATIC have actually had really good starts in a lot of rounds. They've gotten the plants. The post plants have been their issue, but here decimated by a player in the corner.
I'm not sure if you even paid attention, but there's a smoke from Morphin on top of A long. And you can see, you can think like, wait, what's going on with that? Was that a misplay or something? But that smoke was to counter the Sova's recon arrow because they pushed us 4 people on long. This was a crucial smoke for that plan.
You could see that they even anticipated that something like that had happened, but when they killed the third player, you're like, okay, come on. There's not going to be 4. Batty G in the corner. He's flashed. He's blind as can be. Spraying away. He got pretty close to getting the kill, all things considered. It's back to a 4v4. FNATIC have lost a bit of HP, but they've recovered a weapon. And Dome is using that to dome out Kareem, take him out of the round, and keep applying pressure to A. The problem they have now is that rotates have come through. They know that these players are going to be very close to retaking the site rather whenever they push forward, so they delay. They make Ballista second guess what's going on here. Have they rotated to C? Are they going through garage? Is this going to be a B hit? Have they got a flanker? There's so many things that are going through their heads right now. They've spotted a player again on long, but that's not much information to play off. Now with that dash though, I believe they've seen more. The rotate should be underway. The recon arrow and the plan gives away exactly where this play is coming down, but FNATIC have bought themselves that little bit of space. Now it's time to capitalize on it. Doma wants to do so with a flash, and he gets himself one, but not good enough on the second. Mo with a kill, but 1 HP backs off. Shock Dart ready to be deployed. The peek on the back of it. He's out in the open here, though. He could have been in trouble. Out goes the Seeker, confirming his position. 1 HP. But his opponent isn't too healthy either and has to stick that spike. In comes the final Shock Dart. Now knowing that he's out of utility, this tap will bait him into the open, but there's a recon dart and it's going to spot that it's all clear. Mo is under pressure, but he tries to delay as much time as he can, and one better than that, he even gets the kill. A 3rd round at last for FNATIC.
Cold-blooded situation, because you need to be cold-blooded in the situation, because at 1 HP, you need to pre-fire. There's absolutely no way that you will win this fight because your opponent knows you 1 HP. He's gonna pre-fire that as well. So if you're not gonna be faster than him, you're gonna lose on this. Great decision by Mo. I really like how he played his utility as well. Unlucky for Build that he actually missed the first 2 shots from the Vandal. Really close play though. But every single round here, right, we see one of the teams only with 1 player remain. So the economy is actually not mounting up a lot.
I mean, it's the problem with having to play so many retakes is Ballista have gone in for those fights, right? And they've, even though they've won a lot of rounds, it's been 2 players left or 1 player left. FNATIC win a round, then immediately get ecoed. It's like, if you look at the timeline, it's messy, but it's beautiful at the same time, you know? It's a weird situation.
Right now we have seen that Morphin was using his ultimate to gather some informations on the minimap, what is happening, what's the plan from FNATIC. They were playing default, so not much was given out to Ballista. Now this is the moment where FNATIC, with 1 minute left, have to make a plan. And currently they're just trying to get to that A, which we know Ballista kind of likes to give out. Just give to their opponents and just play for retake because they are so certain about how they use their utility, or they just push us 3 or 4 people because that's the pattern we have seen so far in the 9 rounds. And this is what is happening right now. FNATIC is trying to attack that A side, they're gonna get it for free, and in the meantime we're gonna see our body just wait out, get the info for Ballista that there's a plan. Everyone will now rotate, and this is gonna take a while. We have time here to set up for what is gonna be happening, and I feel like FNATIC maybe even should have been a little bit more aggressive to take control of that retake, but they're playing really defensive right now. Again, 2 players under heaven. 30 seconds left on that clock, I feel like.
They've got the tripwire as well behind to watch for a flanker, but the players just jumped over it, and that's a big flaw. And now a free kill for Morphan on that flank. A little bit of problem as they drop out of heaven, and Batty G's in for a double. Man advantages keep on swinging their way. Ultimate pop, Batty G round the side, easily takes 1, but his ultimate's going to fade away in a moment. He wants to get the information first, but he can't. Down goes the hot hands to make sure he doesn't get pushed, although that player couldn't have made it there in time, and time is gone. That's the problem with playing such a retake. He's gone. He's dead. Not a chance in that one. And really the issue there for FNATIC that could have cost them the round, if not for how long it took for the defenders to set up for the retake, was that tripwire. It's so dangerous to leave that as your point of security and think, hey, back there is completely clear, when they can easily jump over it, and when you're versus an Omen anyways who can shadow step through.
Yeah, and that's when I feel like some of the teams just reposition that tripwire the moment they know they have to attack A, and they reposition it inside of a lobby, so there's no way of jumping over it, at least from the A garden like staircase, right? So, oh, look at that, there's the smoke that I was pointing out before. They do the same. There's a huge push on A, counter that recon arrow.
Those flashes, I mean, they're blinding absolutely everybody. The pistols coming through a cloudburst, never really going to stand a great chance, and another flash just confirms the round. Chak cleaning up all 3 blind players on long. Gorgeous stuff. 6-5. This time, not quite falling for the same trick.
Yeah, this time FNATIC was prepared. They played that really well. They knew what's happening. They heard probably that smoke being set up on A long, and this is like a tell of what's going on. The breach flashes, super crucial in that hold. They didn't take any risks. They used the utility. That's something that they lacked when they were countered by that thrifty round.
1 round left to fight for. I mean, at this point, you know, if you're Ballista, I think that they've started to lose a lot of rounds since they stopped taking the same kind of early round control over long. But I guess at this point, you're seeing FNATIC counter and start to play so much more aggressive in this part of the map.
And we have seen also FNATIC change the position on the recon arrow because of that smoke. Small stuff that gives a lot of impressions of how the teams play. Oh, beautiful shot on Batty by Mo.
Gorgeous stuff, right in the air, the 1-tap. Usually you do that to a Jet, not a Phoenix. Doma right through into spawn, clears it out. There's nobody here. He doesn't take damage as well, so he keeps his 50 armor. It's a nice little trade-off for the information that he got. They're worried about the flank this time, conscious of what happened to them last time around. QXV spots the head, but with an op, it's hard to hit with any weapon, really. Down goes the Cloudburst, but he's been spotted. Now he's in trouble. Around he comes with a Ghost, but a player behind him already through the smoke. Buys time, actually waits for a second flanker. This is really smart. Those guys being tagged up, and here's the push, there's the flash, and there's the kill. 4 versus 0 now, as 6-6 we go at the halftime.
Beautifully played by both teams, honestly. Like, good timings on both. I'm a little bit unlucky for XQV that was holding like that edge A shot with the op, and the moment he wanted to commit, that's the moment when he actually did miss that shot, right? And also what happened here, we have seen that tripwire being like put inside of A lobby. This is why XQV got caught by it. Very crucial moment for the attackers as well to gather that information. Unlucky for the Cypher that he actually went into the camera where he knew that Jet is so close as well, right? But now we have to focus on the Splitter round. We expect something creative happening from both teams. And Ballista, look at that. It's like a Rush C approach. 5 people on long with Cypher solely in a position where I feel like he's gonna be pushing or setting up a deep tripwire on that C long. What is happening? Deep camera. Immediately destroyed. I'm not sure if he did get any informations. 2 players retreating now and retaking C, but it's already over. That 2 players lost XQV with a double kill.
That's massive. The double taps that he got, and he was still caught in his dash as he went through. The value of Sky now used to heal him back up, and he can get that extra 5 HP as well. Go for it. So 100 HP now to play with Kareem on the default plant spot. Gets shock darted down to 1 HP. Again, Sky gonna have to pop those heals, and it won't do a whole lot for them, but it doesn't matter. It's a 4v1, and QXV has cleaned up in this pistol.
Oh, beautiful stuff. I wasn't expecting a 5-man push from Ballista in the pistol round, to be honest, but it felt like they made that call because they knew only Cypher's playing it. Like that tell that he's going for the deep camera for gathering informations. You don't do that if you're stacking C. You do that if you need to get informations for your team for those rotations, basically. So very good decision by Ballista, very aggressive playstyle, and well, XQV with the carry, right? He got the double kill for expense of 70 HP, which then was brought up by the Sky. And in the meantime, Kareem, by the way, not sure if you guys realized, but he got hit for 99 damage with the shock darts. A little bit unlucky for FNATIC here.
I think especially FNATIC's timing on the rotate in was perfect. They had 2 players by the time that they would have actually gotten the push through to site. It was the Jet dash, which actually set up that fight to be FNATIC favored. But a couple of missed shots bought QXV the time to take his weapon back out. And from that point forward, it was done. And I mean, also the surprise, obviously, that he had made it all the way to site. They weren't quite ready for that sort of an aggressive play. The dividends paid out. Ballista have the advantage, and in this round here, FNATIC, they're playing very A heavy, but it's a passive play. And I actually really like this decision to stack the A site, because the tendency of Ballista, they fought for a lot of A control. On their ecos, they played A site. Like the A site was the pivotal part of the map control. And so it makes sense then that they would attack A lot on the attacking side. But they've made the wise decision to go to C. Found it completely open and a free spike plant.
Yeah, I really love the position of the spike, by the way, because it opens up the spike for a C hold, but at the same time, you can only be in one position when you want to defuse the spike. You're either in the corner or on the left side of the spike, and that's it. So it's so easy to spam through the smokes.
And it creates extra range to fight those classics on as well if they are up close to the spike, which, I mean, they'll take. They barely do a thing at that range. You need those double tap headshots. Well, FNATIC on this retake, I feel like they're more trying to make it costly, right? Harass their opponents as much as possible. That's not going to happen. You know, they're running away. Ballista know at this point, FNATIC want to die. Yeah, they want to throw themselves on that spike so that they get the money in the next round. Again, a feature I'm really not a fan of. I hope it changes in the future, that if you die after the spike's exploded, you still get your money as if you survived, because otherwise it just encourages teams to play for these exit frags when they probably shouldn't.
I guess it has ups and downs, you know, both pros and cons when it comes to this solution. Maybe we should do a podcast about that. But in general, I feel like this is also pretty good for FNATIC because they didn't feed any ultimate points for Ballista, right? And we know how Ballista wants to approach this game by being ult heavy. So I'm a little bit surprised that Ballista didn't hold those 3 kills, you know, with even one player. Like Batty just sacrificing that Spectre to have the ultimate ready for this round, I feel like might have been very impactful, but who knows?
Yeah, I think especially if you have a ghost in play, I didn't actually get a spot on exactly what all 4 players had when they died, or when the round was over. But if you had somebody who just had a ghost, sometimes it's worth just letting them try to take that fight and deny them or rather pick up an ult orb. At this point, FNATIC, they're trying to retake before the spike's even gone down. There's lots of players ready to take those engagements, but Mo swings in from the C side. manages to grab himself a double. The backside now secured. They've got a foothold to mount this re-aggression, but they don't know about Morphin coming behind. There's a Paranoia, massive stuff. Easy kill, weapon to be upgraded here as well. Gets the Vandal in his hand, but it's not even necessary. Just save for the next round as Batty G cleans up. And 9-6 we go. FNATIC definitely in trouble at this point, losing both pistols and going down basically 5-0 at the very start of the game. That's pretty tough.
Yeah, and I'm so happy that we actually have seen Morphin with that lurk, because that Paranoia won the round alone. Like, it blinded 3 players while on a retake. That is just insanely valuable. Like, everyone just, you know, what is important, right? When you go for a retake, you need to have trades set up. If you don't have trades set up, there's no way you're gonna retake a site. And when the Paranoia happens, you cannot really communicate well with your teammates because you cannot play often because you don't see them. How do you set up trades then? It's insanely distracting for the retake players.
I like the idea there from Boaster pushing down mid. He actually had a teammate ready to peek out of double doors, but the Nano Swarm went in. And oh my god, Doma, what? He's grabbed a double with the Sheriffs. That puts FNATIC back into the lead. But, my god, I wasn't ready for that. Even further than that, he's managed to connect himself the ultimate so he can heal up and go out for extra information. But here's the Tiger coming on through, the Tasmanian Tiger, as you say. So he might ult on this and try to delay them a little bit longer. Now his teammates are coming in to help as well. Batty G with the ultimate, immediately shut down. A quick headshot delivered. And now they're stalled. They're stuck behind this smoke. They know that there's going to be rotates underway. They've got to make a decision. And it looks like that decision is to die because more fans come up behind. All right, quick and clean as you like it. Jeez.
I mean, we want to be clever here with like the commentary or something happening, right? But then there's Morphin comes in and just get a double kill. Like, you can't make this up. But Doma domed those people in front of a lobby. That was beautiful stuff. And then killing that ultimate. I wanted to say that Buddy probably not gonna use this ultimate this round because it looks like it's gonna be an easy win and he's gonna just save it for the full buy round against FNATIC. But here it was needed. It was 3 versus 3. They needed to make sure they're gonna close out that round because now they are in double digits. This is very, very tough situation for FNATIC right now. They're losing that mental game as well. Push from FNATIC on A long. Oh, that's gonna be successful. Doma with the double kill again.
This is it's a tough start. There's still a player in the spawn that I don't think you can really expect in any way. Bold has managed to pick up Boaster, and really it comes down to Kareem for me. On that Killjoy, I think he might have been spotted there. They could have seen his leg, and it looks like, yep, they've marked it. They know exactly where he is. Kareem's in trouble because he thinks he's still undetected, that he's got the jump on them. He's waiting for them to make a move, but if they do, it'll be a move to destroy him, and now spotted out Morphin as well. All the information to play with for FNATIC. Morphin's managed to pick up Mystic in a second as well, catching them off guard. Another 1v1 that almost goes his way with Kareem so low. It shouldn't be a problem, but it very nearly was. Doma got lit down heavily. Luckily, 7 comes on the board, and Ballista, well, they're being enclosed on a little bit, but that is the first round for FNATIC in this half. Let's see if it's repeatable.
Whew, I was actually, this was way closer than it looked. If they didn't get the info, I feel like the barrel from the Phantom was just sticking out, and that was the tell for Doma that there's someone just creeping up in spawn, still trying to get a lurk on them when they push the A. Without that info, I feel like Kareem just gets an easy double kill and just close out the round. Was such a roller coaster of emotions. What's gonna happen? Unlucky for Kareem for just being a little bit over aggressive that push.
Well, at this point, you know, we'll take a look at exactly how FNATIC took that previous round. I would put down the win condition almost being that Phoenix ultimate. They don't have it now. They've got to play without it. And Seekers go out to clear the B site, dash in, confirms QXV will be nice and close. He sees one. There's a free kill. Morphin having ulted into spawn. They weren't ready for it. And the trade there immediately onto Morphin as QXV continued the aggression. A problem now afoot. FNATIC have got to get back into this round. They can't allow Ballista to just dominate them like this, but in a 2v3 with no information, it's going to be tough. Mystic checks his back, but not fully, leaving that corner clear where there is a player tucked in. This could be a huge issue now as they remount this retake, and I think Sky's position alone should win them this round. We'll see how that one plays out and transpires. I think he just spotted the Omen moving into position, but he's coming back to check it. Mystic catches the kill. Now the Nano Swarm in play. Damage done. 20 HP left on Mystic. It's a 1 versus 2. Shock Dart landed in on the spike, but there's no time. They're gone. It's done.
I think he actually had it. I think he actually had it by like 10 milliseconds or something like that, but it was very close. It was a decision. Do you stick it or not? But they lost the economy anyways. I feel like he should have just stick it.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough at that point, right? He couldn't go forward too early. He gets in there.
No, he didn't have it.
No, yeah, it was way too far gone. Unfortunate. A matter of, I think, a second or so, but that's what cost you in the end. And right now, if you're FNATIC facing down the barrel of 7-11, it makes sense that they're going to be going and trying to take a pit stop here with on those rounds, right? Stop the road trip that Ballista are having, steamrolling them, and take a force buy. If they lose this, they've most likely lost the game.
I mean, the previous round, I feel like what failed for FNATIC was the communications. They knew exactly where Omen teleported in the back because they saw the paranoia where it was coming from, and Bosaget died while being shot in the back. So that was a crucial piece of that information. But now Mo gets the first blood with the Hunter's Fury, but it's being equalized by Batty. This guy nuts on the Phoenix on Haven here.
He's so confident, man. He just keeps that W key, and that's so important if you're playing a Phoenix. You have to be able to open space for your team and not sit in the back lines and bait them like all my matchmaking Phoenixes do. As we look in towards this retake, FNATIC, as you said, were equalized on, and they've got weaker weapons, so those ranged fights going straight down C long, for example, for Doma, not going to be ideal because you just get wrecked by an op like that. Torn apart, torn asunder, and almost out of the game now. 5 rounds between them as Ballista hit map point.
Match point.
I mean, the stats we're showing what we are actually looking at right now. Ballista with impressive performance and attack. That playbook that they have, the executions that they do, they work so well. It really feels like the coach, the analyst, the players are all on the same page, and they do exactly how it was planned out before the game. I mean, you know, there's an IGL in the team as well that has to make those decisions, but it looks so clean, so methodical, surgical even.
Yeah, their attacking side has been something. It looks like they're not going to be expanding too much on their strat book, though. A clean C hit is what they go for yet again. But they've got a player watching for this big flank, and Bold, who we're on board with right now, has got 3 players all around him. He is behind enemy lines at this point, having swapped territory, but they're not clearing him. Oh, he whiffs, but still gets himself 1. That could have been an easy double. That whiff could come back to bite them. FNATIC now looking for the retake with an upgraded weapon. They've got everything they could possibly want to work with, but the ultimate of Phoenix opens up more space. It's dealt with. A second player there to trade aggressively on the angle. QXV dealt with by Chak on the fade back. Here comes the rolling thunder. Chak's already got another Batty G stunned, and Chak takes him as well. Daddy Chak here to play, and Morphin is already spotted. They are spamming him down through a choke point, and Chak gets a 4th in this round. What a beast, and what a time to show up as well, as FNATIC just about cling on to life.
Hail Mary play from FNATIC, but it was successful, and I feel like Bold will be just beating himself up because he was that focal point of Ballista to win this round for them. He had a double kill, just waiting for him to aim at those heads, basically an aim training, right? He gets that double kill, he most likely wins the entire round and the entire match. This is such a, like, just say, mentally straining position to be in. Bold has to forget about that, get in, you know, have a straight head, and just go into another round with a good approach, because it might bite them back, but it's still 12-8 and they have good economy. Now this time we're gonna see a default setup on the tag. Everything is like slowly shaping up. They did use some utility on C-Long. FNATIC right now is playing retake on every single side apart from B. And it's kind of interesting because this is one of the first times I see both teams attack heavily on B. It's such a chaotic site to then hold and retake that I don't really blame any other teams to just not focus on it, but it's a little bit different. And this is why we see that amount of power being held on B by FNATIC, because they know if someone plants on B, it's gonna be a problem for the retake with so much utility that Ballista has. But this time it's gonna be an A attack. Easy plant, I guess? Is it? The spike is very far away. Sack with the kill on XQV. just threw the smoke, if I'm not mistaken, because of the tripwire.
The recon arrow as well that was up above, they didn't shoot it in time, so it's easy through that smoke to catch one. Batty G, though, returns it nice and quick. He's nowhere near his ultimate, but Phoenix can still be scary when they're playing that confident game, and that's exactly what he did just there, running into spawn and picking off ahead. The flash through confirms nobody is already pushed. Here comes a molly, it's burning. Batty G's got to move further away, down to 50 HP, and looking for kills, getting them as nobody checks the corner. That's a big, big mistake, and it'll cost them the game. Ballista 13-8 as they take map 1 versus FNATIC. We are in for one hell of a series.
Oh my god, I feel like I'm already sweating. Such a cool series to behold, right? This is, I feel like for me and you, this is something that we want to see in the future of Valorant. Every single match should look like this. There's a huge playbook coming from both teams, well-coordinated attacks, eco pushes on long with counter plays with the utility. Beautiful thing to behold. Really, tell your friends that are loving Valorant to watch this match. This is something that you're gonna review. All the teams are gonna review this match because there's so much cool stuff happening at the same time.
Yeah, there's been some mistakes for sure, but overall you can see that these guys have got their preparation done, certainly on the Ballista side for this map, but we know both of them have got prep done on Bind. They are both incredibly solid there, but we don't want to give away too much about that map because we'll be back in a little bit to talk about it with Sue. For now, we're going to throw things over to a quick break and we'll see you back here real soon.
Shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you. To look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you. We're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. about your life last night. At least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where Ballista are one map up against FNATIC after that Haven. I'm Yinsu and I'm joined by your casters Mitch and Lothar. Lothar, you wanted a good game, you wanted a smart game, you wanted a organized, structured game. Do you feel like they delivered?
Oh yeah, they delivered. They deliver. Both teams are delivering really highest tactical play I would say seen so far in Valorant's history. It's really well structured. FNATIC, I feel like they're losing a little bit on the gun power. It's like that. They make small mistakes that do cost them rounds, while Ballista plays very effectively. And this is why they took that map so convincingly. But I wouldn't say that FNATIC is being outclassed. It's just a very close match that can go either way. So now Bind, that will be something that we'll have to test FNATIC on.
Well, Mitch, just a couple more questions on Haven before we move on to Bind. Let's talk about those post plants from FNATIC, because they're usually very good with post plants, right? They're very, very disciplined. They know what they're doing. And if we look at them on other maps, that's where they shine. Talk me through what you think went wrong today with those post plants, because it didn't look as clean as we expect from them usually.
No, there were a bunch of problems there. I mean, I don't know. I'd say it's the most tactical game. I think FPX on a bad day delivered better than what we saw here, but the thing that kind of bothered me was there were some basic mistakes like tripwires. You're versus an omen. Dudes can either jump over it, depending on the position, or just shadow step through. And there's things like just presuming that it's completely open. QXV on top of the site there, thought he was completely free. Got shot like above a wall that he could clearly be shot above. Stopped looking at mid. I don't even know what he was looking at. I think he was looking at his teammates. There were a lot of really weird situations where I'm like looking at an individual play from a player and thinking, you're playing a different game in your head almost at times. And I think, don't get me wrong, the intentions a lot of the time were really, really nice. Like on the eco round, having the 4 players stack up on A long and then taking the trade out, having your, I think it was Morphin, hiding in the corner. Like, that was so nice. And I love seeing eco rounds be capitalized on like that because we just don't see it enough. You know, a lot of teams will go, oh, we got classics, run at them. Or play defaults on pistols. Come on, guys, what are you doing? But right here, there was clear intention behind everything that Ballista did. Sometimes it didn't go right. And the same for FNATIC. But at least at the start of the round, like, they need to fix the execution of their strategies. But the strategies themselves, when they worked, they looked pretty damn beautiful.
Well, both Phoenixes there on top of the scoreboard. That's kind of as expected, right, Lothar? I think there might be some issues if they were both at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Oh yeah, those are the crucial points of both of the compositions, right? They need to play those ultimates. Basically, if you use an ultimate, you get free kills. Most likely, if you're such a dominant player as Batty and Doma are, I would have seen so many times where the confidence from both of them were round defining. Doma with the double kill with the Sheriff on A lobby was one of the crucial rounds which FNATIC took, and then Batty, MVP of that match altogether. I feel like he was setting up Ballista for success of almost every single round.
Well, of course, FNATIC lost both of those pistols. I think Ballista really put themselves in a position to win those. And Lothar, I know you prepared something in your lab once again for us to talk us through the first pistol round we saw.
Oh yeah, the first pistol round was actually very interesting because I feel like it set up an expectation from both how those teams are playing. This is FNATIC on the attack, and they are doing a very fast execute on B. This is actually quite amazing to see because they set up pace for this round, which I would say that Ballista is not really fully prepared for. And this is, look at this. We have 3 players on C. They're being prepared for a FNATIC push on C. Because of that, we see Sky being very, very forward pushing A short, and she's gonna use the Tasmanian Tiger to just push through the entire lobby to get more info. She also hears the players on mid, and that's the crucial informations that she will be giving out to Ballista. Now, this is amazing to see because the super fast execute from FNATIC, where Boaster just tries to plant the bomb and then goes away, sets up a push from Ballista. And this would be basically a round 1 by FNATIC if only Kirim was not holding still the double doors, was not making any kind of sounds. And because of that, I feel like just how do you approach this? You don't think that there's a player here, and then Kirim gets a double kill and ruins the round for FNATIC. So it was a very well played out round by FNATIC, but it just failed because of that third player that they didn't anticipate. So yeah, a very cool round from both teams, and I like how they played the map control. Ballista came on top because of Kirim.
I do feel like that kind of circles back to what Mitch was saying as well. There was a couple of weird things happening. I think maybe a lack of discipline in terms of like not checking corners or not expecting a second player. But also, Mitch, there were some good things there as well. Is there anything that you want to highlight from that map? I
mean, as I was saying, you know, whenever the intentions worked out, they were beautiful. For example, the recon arrows, and on that eco round that we already talked about, the adjustment that Lothar mentioned in the game that I actually missed in the moment was that there was a quick smoke going up to block out the recon arrow. That stopped them, FNATIC, from realizing that there were 4 players there. So when they kill the first 2, and then they think, they've got one guy hiding in the corner and they kill him, they're not ready for the 4th. If that smoke doesn't go down, whole strategy falls apart. You get absolutely wrecked. They challenge you on range. They use utility to flush you out, and they win the round cleanly. And at that point, who knows, who can tell how that would have affected the run-on of the rest of the half. So overall, I love the things that worked. It's just that there was some refining to be done there.
Yeah, I do feel like it shows that they've done their homework, right? It doesn't take a genius to be able to figure out where Mo shoots his arrows on this map. Almost every single round on that T side. But we are going to move on to Bind. And, you know, this is the map that we know FNATIC are good on. But as I mentioned in the pre-show, they've lost 2 out of 2 times against Polish teams on this bind map. I think they only played against 2 Polish teams at VCT Challengers 1. And although they won both of those series, they did lose bind both of those times. Lothar, how are you feeling going into this one? Do you think that FNATIC are still the favorites?
They weren't the favorites in my book, right? I voted for Ballista. But I really would like to see a third map. So I'm hoping that FNATIC will bring it and equalize the score. But at the same time, if Ballista will keep up with how they doing, their executes on Haven, and this will transfer to Bind, I feel like FNATIC may just lose 2-0. And I don't want to say, I don't want to say that this is, a 2-0 will be a stump or something. This is still a close match, even though the rounds are not maybe like the closest. But yeah, we'll see. I hope FNATIC brings it back.
Well, they have to bring this back if they want to stay in the competition and fight for that Masters spot. And we are going to go to Agent Select now. Mitch, we know what to expect from FNATIC. They play this very, very refined team composition on Bind, and that's why they are so good on it. But I am curious to see what Ballista are going to bring, because they're also not afraid to be creative, are they?
Yeah, obviously in the interview that you even had with some of the guys from Ballista, they were saying that, sure, there was inspiration there, even on a certain level from the FNATIC comp, and they just honed it into their own. So I think that when you look at overall compositions, they've been interesting from Ballista. I love their approaches, and we're seeing them go with kind of what we expect. Now, if you're a viewer who's never seen Ballista before, you're like, what do you mean, as we expect, right? That's an insane composition. Yeah. But this is what they've been playing so far. And then over on the FNATIC side, again, this is their composition. This is what they like to play. It's what they debuted and made me fall in love with Mystic. That's why we've got a dinner date booked in for Iceland.
Oh, wow. Well, Mystic, that is assuming that FNATIC will make it to Iceland. They have a very, very big mountain to climb. And Lothar, I know we're still waiting on one player to lock in. It looks like the Sky, and it certainly wouldn't be a surprise because they do run the Sky Phoenix duo, as we've seen on.
Bold is just known for playing Sky. When you play on ranked and you meet him in solo queue, he's the Sky that you want to have on your team. He's very effective on her. He's a main Sky player. And I kind of wonder what will happen in the future when more and more agents will be added, and if those people just try to adjust to the new agents that might take their place. We'll see. I'm really excited for those one tricks, but at the same time, I would love to see a deep agent pool for every single player in every single team, and at some point that's going to probably happen.
I mean, once Astra comes in, Lothar, we cannot predict what that's going to do to the teams, but I know you're very, very excited for her to come in. But for now, we have to settle for Viper, which neither of you are complaining about anyway. But like I said, if FNATIC want to stay in this race, if they want to make it to Masters, they must win on this map. Take it away, Mitch and Lothar.
Now we're about to jump on into FNATIC's home ground Bind. They've dominated every team in Tier 1 on this map, but you know what, Lothar, as I'm sure you're just about to say, not the Polish teams. That's where they lose. So now they're in trouble because they've got to make a reverse sweep, win this and Icebox if they want to go through to Masters.
I'm not sure if FNATIC is actually so happy to be starting on the defensive side right now, because Ballista has such just well planned out executes and attack. I feel like if you want to play against Ballista, you want to start on attack and set up expectations for yourself, So we'll see how it goes, but I have high expectations from the plan that we're gonna see in the round 1. A little bit of defaulting, but shower control is actually giving away, so never mind, it's not a default, it's a split on B. Not a single utility being used yet.
Now this is going to be a real point and click, a contact round from the boys of Ballista as they sneak on up towards the B site. You can see FNATIC are holding quite far back there. I presume that's Mo and Doma. He's got the beautiful little fully leveled up Sky Frenzy. Teammates come on, barreling through the teleporter. Mo stuck on his own on site, gets overwhelmed after just one kill. The teleporter player's yet to leave and clear Doma's back. They've got to keep an eye on that periodically. But look at what's happening here. Ballista take the teleporter over towards the A site. They realize, okay, we've seized control of B, but we don't have hookah, and they've got the teleporter. They can split us as soon as we push. Instead, they rotate towards the Viper. That didn't spot him because of the wall. He's actually safe right now and pushes right through Mystic. My God, that was a brave play, and not one that pays dividends. With Boaster finding a kill in the back, they probably want to... Whoops, never mind. I was going to say group up around Sky for heals, but that's out the window. Jack's just been taken down straight away, and both players now very, very low. I mean, with a Frenzy on range and 4 HP, that's and 30 respectively, that's probably the worst situation you could wish for. And at this point, Ballista should be just locking this one down. They've got a lot of time left to play with, and Doma is just distracting in heaven, trying to take their crosshairs away from the teammate that was repositioning, but they're staring straight at him. And oh, there's the first kill. At least he could try to buy some time. He knows where that player is now, going for the halfway defuse, but he could be wallbanged, he could be taken down. Oh my God! Doma out onto Bold, goes for the defuse, it's easily done, and that is insane!
No way that this just happened. I wanted to say that this round is basically thrown by FNATIC when Chuck died on that Sky, which was crucial to heal up Doma. But Doma just brings it back with 30 HP, which is exactly the amount of HP that a Ghost deals to a body shot in the closest possible, like, you know, encounter. And I'm just speechless. I'm just speechless. The timing from Doma was excellent. He peeked the moment Sky will turn away from her own flash, and he gets the advantage there. Insane!
That has broken me on a deep emotional level. That was absolutely incredible. And you know, one of the things I want to point out before someone else does is, oh, hold on. Well, I'll have to talk about this. These players are vulnerable pushing Mystic. It means they take double damage. Going straight through that snakebite is never a good idea. And Ballista, well, they said they took inspiration, at least some, from FNATIC's comp. They didn't go for the Viper. Maybe they didn't know how that works, because the one thing you do not do when there's a snakebite down and that poison orb is go through it. You will die, and even more so when you're up against these Spectres, because they basically become like phantoms at that point.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really like kind of surprised. What is Ballista doing here? This is textbook mistake against this kind of composition, and you should know that. Maybe a bad call from the IGL, maybe just I don't know what happened here, but this is basically a round destroyed on the decision-making process.
I'll say as well, well, hold on. They're going to push forward. We'll at least take a look at this. I think is there still a snakebite in play as well?
Should be one, right?
Yeah, I only saw him use one, so that's a little bit dangerous as well. Doma on the corner, though, not spotted. Easy for 1, for 2, and almost there for the third frame. Oh, it's not even landed. Usually you have to arm those things, but he's just killed him straight up with it. I wanted to point out, actually, in the pistol, I think the reason that the player used the flash instead of straight taking the fight, because obviously your teammates can communicate, oh, he's 30 HP, but he was alone with Sky for like 20 seconds. So there was probably that thought of, what if he's 100? You know, he could be healed up. So it wasn't as simple as just running him with your gun out. He wanted to try to gain the advantage with the flash, but sadly, that's it's backfired because Doma's an absolute animal.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Doma was giving away his position and was obviously baiting. So Ballista, I feel like they made a mistake of not taking more map control and just still waiting in labs on that first round. But hey, let's focus on the third round, because right now Ballista's trying to get default control of the map. Tasmanian Tiger is being destroyed immediately. He just wants to avoid Doma getting that orb, but instead he was taking that B orb for free. And now this sets up a good round for FNATIC, but I guess it's a little bit chaotic. No, they don't know what's happening. This is why Mystic is now following the drone on A short. They got a tag on Bull. They know he has a Sheriff. In the meantime, we have seen that before. If Ballista doesn't use the raise Boombot early in the rounds to announce that they're in front of Hookah, they just wait there and just try to get control with the guns out. We have seen that in the pistol round. Right now, we're not going to see it because there's just not enough economy to buy that utility. But in general, like, I feel like this approach from Ballista is not exactly the same that they kind of tried to show us on Haven. This is a little bit chaotic.
Going straight into the nades here. They rush the back of the site, trying to overwhelm them, but Doma, he's ready to defend his teammate with the flash out. Taking a third, actually, afterwards, and leaving Morphin all by himself. A nade coming right on top of his head. Literally goes over him a little bit, but those tags, the wall bangs from Spectres, enough to take him down in the end. 3-0 we go, and another expected round to go the way of FNATIC. But they do it flawlessly, which is the important thing. They're likely to play this as a bonus round, and look at the amount of credits they have with very few to be spent right now. I mean, they didn't even lose armor on most players.
Yeah, this is awesome for FNATIC. They also have a great ultimate usage that will be presented most likely in this round, because Doma is gonna go forward with that ultimate, right? This is the moment where it shines, where they are on a bonus round. Getting a kill in a full buy round from their opponents is going to be crucial. We're going to also probably see shower control to get that orb for Mo, since he wants to get that ultimate as well to delay the plant or even get a kill after attack from the drone. So this is something that you can predict as Ballista and play around, but it seems like they're just giving that away. It's kind of interesting to see. Look at the control from Ballista right now on the minimap. They're very far away from every single one of those choke points. They play slow and take control of Puka for free. In the meantime, Kareem is being spotted by the Tasmanian Tiger, but not dealt damage, fortunately for him. He's still on that 125, which is the small shields, but he still will die to a one tap from the Phantom unless it's within 15 meters. But they know they play this Spectres.
This is huge now. They're going to spot all three players. Look, those Seekers go different directions. And Doma out with the showstopper. Catches the first kill. That abandons any chance of them going through the teleporter. They've got to commit now. And the blast pack play in the back. Bold peeking with him. The synergy of Ballista was something we commented on the other day. I mean, the balls of Mystic maybe our next point to be made. That's the second smoke I've seen him run through to try and take a 1vx fight. And the thing that surprises me so much for Ballista is if you look at the top 20 teams, they don't play like this. Like, when you go to top 10, top 5, it's expected, it's fundamental. But when you go top 20 to 30, kind of where I'd consider Ballista to be at coming into this, you don't see this level of play. Every single fight, there was a trade. Every single one.
That's something that in First Strike I saw on Heretic's VODs, and I was like such a huge fan of, because it's something that you need to do on attack. Like, you cannot go one by one and expect to win the rounds. And on the highest level of play, especially when the utility is such a big impact of how you want to approach sites, it's just crucial for every single team.
Scout destroyed.
Their little Tigers being destroyed, confirming this a player aggressively in bathroom, but it doesn't help you much with this kind of Viper wall down. Batty G having to heal, sprays through the smoke. I like Batty G spraying back. This is to try and distract them and get them to pull their crosshair towards him so the spike can still go down. It didn't ultimately serve any purpose, but again, the attempt was there, and I like it. Oh, QXV dodges it nicely, but taken down by Doma. Boaster with another, puts the advantage strongly into FNATIC's favor, and at this point, you're in a pretty tough situation for Ballista. They've got to try and recover this one. Bold completely locked out by the smoke as his teammate picks up one before falling. A quick flash and a quick kill afterwards, but now spotted by that recon. There was no way he could peek into that smoke and stop the defuse. The round is over, and Bold just wants to carry the weapon forward, but Mo shuts him down through the wall. Heartbreaking, really. A weapon lost that they cannot afford to rebuy in this one, and that puts Ballista onto an eco.
Yeah, and it feels like if Ballista wants to attack A site, the main goal, apart from planting the spike, is killing Mystic. If you're not killing Mystic during that initial push, then you're set up an entire retake for your opponents for free, right? They still have the wall, they still have the one-way on A shot. You cannot really hold it then from that point. You are set up to fail if you don't kill Mystic. It's such a crucial part. But hey, what is happening here?
And a full crunch.
Dies 1 for 1?
Now they're going through Bath, pushing aggressively, but there was a little bit late coming through the teleporter. FNATIC eventually clean house on that one, only losing the one player. Yeah, Boaster was kind of the sacrificial lamb of that play. Ideally, those guys push through a little bit quicker, you know, they get there.
I agree.
But obviously there's a little bit of a run up to the teleporter. You got to get through. That's where we've seen before the likes of a Jet, a Sova, a Recon Dart that comes in to distract their crosshair. Lots of different things can happen, but that fast-paced bathroom control, they just weren't ready for.
Yeah, I feel like Boaster definitely could have waited a little bit again and just to you know, after Mystic dies, he just waits out a little bit again for the teleport push. But at the same time, what is very crucial in this round, what happened, and probably not many people put a lot of you know, weight to, is that Doma again has his ultimate against a full buy, and this is something that I cannot stress enough. If Raze player is getting fed during eco rounds, that's what they want to do. Ballista cannot allow just Doma to just run around and feed himself those ultimates, because there are round defining on those full buy, and now they're just grouping up on market. Like, what if the Raze just goes in and pushes that? It's a very risky play that you have to take into consideration.
I've got your trail.
The Trailblazers going out. They're trying to find where these players are, and well, the info are any given on one as they quickly trade out Mystic. Rez comes in, and advantage is now firmly there to play with. Now, at this point, I want to say Ballista shouldn't really be committing much more in the way of ultimates. They've already committed quite a bunch. I love this wall. It goes down, it makes them shoot it, and now they're going to rush forward with the Phoenix ult and take a free kill. Batty G can continue to fight, but he gets destroyed and falls on back. A 5v3. Showstopper available, but not necessary, at least on the attacking side. If you're the defenders, you might want to pop it until all three get killed by Kareem. Then, well, you can't really do it because you're dead. 5-2.
I have to double guess the decision of FNATIC to use the teleport from long B and just give away that B, right? Would you stand your ground? I would have to rewatch the entire round, but it felt like they just were a little bit intimidated by the push. Maybe they anticipated more people playing on Fountain. This is why they just took the teleporter. But you know how it was planned by Ballista. They actually had only one player not long, so
sorry,
it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, no, I think that the issue is because of the comp you're playing against, especially if it's Raze, Phoenix, or Brimstone, you can be forced into an open 1vx fight. So as soon as you're like trapped on that right side, you just bail, just give it up completely. But obviously in this case, it worked out really well for Ballista. There's the showstopper onto a 1 HP player, but hey, you'll take it. It's a kill from his perspective. Oh, he's evaded it and gotten past the wall. This is massive now for QXV. He's right up in their face and they have no idea how he got here. One kill, but that's all he's good for. Put back into a 3 versus 2, in fact, as FNATIC take another advantage. Flash pops, but Batty G still good for the kill. Wall now broken. There's a way back in for FNATIC. Viper's only on her way now, taking a little bit of time to get back over towards this B site. It's going to take a pretty heavy toll, really, on the clock remaining, because they've got no info at this point on where these players have gone to. That's where the recon dart comes in, and it's going to spot one at least. The wall bangs put him down very low, but time's still against them as they try to get those crucial shots on. Eventually, Bold is dropped. The information's still a vacuum on the final player, and it's given away with a headshot. Batty G catches Mystic in the open and knows he's not defusing. He doesn't need to rush him down or play the time, as it's already done and dusted, and Batty G will fall to the spike while Mystic makes it away, but your life saved is not great consolation for losing the round.
Yeah, I really like how XQV just did the same twice now. Whenever has the ult available, he just pushes in with double satchels from Hookah, gets the control of site. This time, there was no push from his other teammates, but what happened is he was basically, let's say, allowed to push on side without worrying about CT push because of the Phoenix Molotov hot hands being put onto the entrance of site. This allowed him to not really worry about any people like getting from CT to kill him when he's trying to push with the rocket, and just get the control of the site for free, essentially because of that combination of rocket and just killing someone instantly whenever he's backside or in the tube. Now, oh, this might be impactful. That flash gets info, gets that kill. He knows about the second player. Great angle, but Kareem goes on top, and he has the ult available. They know what's going to happen.
And the ult is going to go through the heal as well as Kareem goes back up to full HP with Boaster. He's dealt with them. That ult landing perfectly and eliminating them. Another kill for Boaster as a third in the round pretty much seals the fate of Ballista. QXV went down to deal with Boaster, but had Mystic to contend with as Doma, well, he just bails on out of here. The blast pack does some damage. They know exactly where this final player is, and converting a 1v4 is going to be a pretty tall task. And a big order for this guy to follow through on. He's been spotted again, being peeked out from the side, shots landing. Doma surprisingly still wants to take this fight, even despite being 20 HP. And Batty G might have a 1v1 that can go his way. Mo, well, he was ready for it. I thought after the jump peak where he didn't get shot at, he might go out on a wide swing, but well disciplined to just tuck in on the angle, at least costing him that extra bit of time, even if he did win the fight.
I love how reactive FNATIC approached in a reactive way they approached this round. Because of the double kill that happened from both sides. I mean, so the equalizer that happened on long B, and FNATIC knew that the res from Kareem is gonna happen. That's why Bowser pushed so quickly. He wasn't just... He didn't really try to get map control. He just tried to push towards that B long to be in range of his ultimate on that res. He gets it. That was the round defining moment for FNATIC. I really love how reactive they play, but look at that. Ballista doesn't care about the snake bites. They don't really care what's happening. They push it every single round it's happening, while Mystic really reads the intentions well from Ballista. He sets them up for those pushes with the snake bite every single round, but now Mo gets a kill, another snake bite push, and they're just getting punished and punished over and over again.
They just give no respect whatsoever. Okay, Morphin gets one, but committing an ultimate in a 2v5, not exactly ideal. There's a gap in the wall, and they have no idea about that. Molly down as well, and that's literally 4 of those players died. Actually, no, all 5 died because of utility. Between the snakebite, the Molly, and the botched up wall by the attackers. That's about as tragic as it gets.
I was super impressed by Ballista on Haven, but on Bind, it seems like something is just falling apart. It's not as well executed. The pushes seems to be very random and just reckless, I would even say.
Yeah, I think that's something that it's a fine line really when you're playing a Phoenix between having the controlled aggression and being just all out. Avoiding Viper utility like that though is just essential. To just disrespect it like that, I've never seen before, and I've certainly never seen it work. It's a tough start as well as they lose another player. The flash conveys the information, that there are players outside of B. They grab themselves the first kill, the trade kill, and everything's going their way. FNATIC again in a 4v2 as Ballista just fall apart at the seams, and I can't help but feel like what I was saying in the previous map, that, you know, FNATIC looked a little bit lost. They didn't... We know their map pool is weak, and Haven certainly wasn't somewhere that they had the upper hand. But right here, when they're on their comfort zone, they're just a different level than Ballista. Although, as I say that, Kareem picks up the B site, causing massive rotations as Boaster walks backwards into Morphin. The only problem for them now is, even though they've got control, they have no spike. It's all the way in spawn, and Kareem is taking one after another, heads for the trophy case. Doma blast packs out, there's a nice kill, and spots that the other player, he ain't here. He's still in spawn, as just now Morphin picks up the spike. That's another thing that's really going to cost them, is the amount of time they've had to delay now, forced into a 1v1 on what could have been a nice 2v2 post plant.
Yeah, I really liked how Ballista approached this round, and they basically double faked like the opponents for the rotations. Kareem was the crucial point of this round to set up even that plant on A, because he was basically faking an entire rotation to B while the spike was still sitting comfortably on market. Now Doma will have a hard task. I'm not sure if it was actually heard that he took the teleport. Probably now that he opened, and now he's running full time and just gets into Morphin's crosshair. So quite a hard task for Doma to get that retake 1v1, especially in a situation like this. I think he just gambled that his opponent will not be standing close enough to the teleporter to know that he's coming from here. And I guess that was a high risk, high reward play from Doma here.
Ballista, I mean, it worked, I guess.
But it was sloppy. It was really sloppy.
Did you
see XQV on long with that duel when he just brought up his paint shells in the hand while being in a long range fight? And even if he throws that, his opponent just stand his ground, and after the initial explosion just goes into the teleport. So it was really sloppy.
Yeah, I think overall, like, it was a bunch of individual fights that, in the end, Kareem's able to pull back so much value from, and that's the benefit of having such a strong individual. I like this ult through. Batty G just rushing hard, even though he's spotted, he'll get some information to play with, and Bold was running with him to try and trade. They get up close, but no spike. It's over towards the B site, as Bold is just trying to sneak up the backlines. Gets one! Really nicely done around that smoke, but nothing else to be converted, as they now look to push the B side. The trouble is afoot, because those Seekers have already spotted at least 3 players B, and so You already have FNATIC, majority of the force, actually all of them now on their way towards the B site. They're going to delay as long as they can. That flash was so good by Batty G. QXV in with the trade, and a man advantage now to play with for Ballista. It doesn't last too long. The final two players take the teleporter, and they look to plant on A.
Yeah, and they have a res available. Look at that, Kareem. If he gets the plant, he has one body on site that he can res. But the thing is, they know both players were on B. They know the rotation will be coming in. Will they split? Will they go from the same side? If I would have been in their shoes, I would say, yes, they're going to come from the same side to go for the trades. But one of the players has an op, so he's most likely not going to push unless he exchanged the weapon. Mo, taking control of A short, has the recon bolt available now. Will probably use it for showers, for lamps to get that info, unless he will use it on site. We'll see how that turns out.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to get back into. Ballista tucked inside of Lamps, looking to take this fight on Mo as he's just got too many angles to clear on his way out. Boaster with an operator, not ideal for the 1v2 fight that's in front of him, especially as they're moving together, especially as they pop that ultimate, and Morphin just cleans house. That is 7-5, and a sloppy start by Ballista, but they recovered it nicely at the end of the half, now putting themselves just 2 away, and if they win the pistol, they could equalize this.
Yeah, I really loved how Bold pushed the smokes from Morphin. I feel like this is something that they practice for sure, because the smokes were set up basically the way that he had like a small corridor that he could push through without showing his position. So he gets access to the backside of B and gets a free push on Lamps. Quite unfortunate for him that was Doma just using his utility. And because of that, he didn't have the free time to just get into Lamps and get that control. But in general, it was the crucial moment for Ballista to set up that round. Now, I really liked how Kareem also played. He didn't go mindlessly for that res because he knows that there might be already a player waiting for C from CT to and just waiting for that res, right? Because then they get a free push on a guy that is just waiting to pull out his weapon for 1 second. But in the meantime, FNATIC just goes through the third time, I feel like.
Now this is tough. You know, Ballista, they just crunched them completely. A play that we literally saw from FNATIC twice in the previous half.
Yeah, right?
And then it comes through on the other hand, but Ballista, I think they've made it work much cleaner than what we saw from FNATIC, albeit in the pistol round.
It's like carbon copy of what we have seen from FNATIC, but this time the outcome's a little bit different.
One enemy remaining.
It works at least. So they grab themselves the round, the 6 on the board, and as we said, you win that pistol, you're almost equalized straight away. That is pretty good. You know, considering where they were at, they had not got a lot of faith in my book when they were 7-3 down. FNATIC just looked way too clean, but now they're starting to really pull themselves back together. Oh, hold on. Over on long, they're pushing down. The recon dart doesn't actually spot them. I thought Mo might have like a huge play there if he spots both, but doesn't catch the info. And now the shots, oh, they're landing some damage, but he's down to 40 HP, spamming a classic. That's not going to be the best situation for him as the smoke eventually fades.
He did some pedicure there, shooting at the toes though.
Yeah, I'm not sure I want that kind of pedicure.
Depends on what kind of toenails you have. Oh, look at that! Doma with the... he still got a kill. The economy got a little bit, you know, punished for that. Bolt picks up that weapon though, right on A side, if I'm not mistaken. So he has now that Spectre instead of the Ghost that he had in before, so they don't really lose much. And it's still a very hard task from FNATIC to just get even a spike plan. That's the goal, right? That's the goal. Oh, they saw him? Did they see him? I think so.
It looks like either way, Jack is getting away with murder on this one.
No way!
A third kill. 30 seconds. Plenty of time to play with. Now, he thinks that player's already rotated, and because there's no movement in spawn, maybe he's coming behind. No. He's cleared that out now as well, and I think the teleport is probably looking pretty tempting at this point, because he knows that likely it's either going to be a bath push or coming in through spawn. He's going to risk it and plant it open, and this works out well for him. No utility left, 78 HP, while his opponent is still sitting on full, I'm fairly certain, and has already cleared the default plant site. Sage making it around, as we now see Chak has swapped positions, moving into Lamps. This is an expected position, and Chak, he's not worried about his flank, and he should be. Down goes Chak, and down goes the hopes of this round for FNATIC, but a damn good attempt.
Clutch.
Yeah.
What was? I didn't even hear what you said. that was
I just
scary.
said clutch.
Oh, clutch. Okay. Yeah, it just sounded like the
honestly,
start of like a ransom note.
might be as well, but I feel like Ballista just kinda played overconfidently, right? And that's a slow and insidious killer, because Morphin should have not pushed
Standing.
a one player like in this situation. He knows that their opponent has a Spectre.
remaining.
Why don't you want to play for your teammate? Just play together, get even that heal, because it was coming online. So I have to double guess. Right now, Ballista feels a little bit uncertain on the fundamental side of their knowledge of how to play the game. So this is a little bit awkward. They brought up the equalizer 7-7, but that round was very, very costly. And because of that, we see now XQV playing with Spectre instead of a full buy maybe. Oh, he's getting sold out by the utility. He still gets one kill.
Oh, the molly here as they cross. Batty's just out of the round, pretty much out of the push, at least. Whoops, and into the fire. All right, cool. That was a great wall. So I don't know what's just happened there, but it's a 3v4. Bit of misplay on the mechanics there. Batty G wants to come on through, hasn't got his ultimate, hasn't got his hot hands anymore as he's out of this one. Doma deleting him around the edge of that molly. With that Ballista, I mean, it looks like they're considering the save, and really, there is no other choice. They've been pummeled out of this round by a quick play from FNATIC and an attempt at map control from them outside of Hookah, leaving them with two weapons that is probably not worth risking for a 2v4.
Yeah, and what's even funnier is that this mechanical mistake by Buddy G in the teleporter actually did cost him the push. He went to 80 HP, exactly 80, after he got damaged by the Brimstone's Molotov. The DPS is just so high, right? It's just, you can't even react to it before getting damaged heavily. And 80 HP is exactly 2 bullets to the body from the Vandal, which happened. He wasn't killed by a headshot by Doma. He got just double tapped in his chest, and he lost the duel because of that. So that small mechanical mistake probably cost him that duel, because otherwise he would have had time to repay the shots on his opponent and maybe get a headshot.
Yeah, it's a shame, you know, losing the HP, losing the wall as he did, not having the cover to cross over. These things happen, and hopefully that'll be the last of it. Ballista, one round behind, and you can see they go for mid-aggression down through A, don't spot anybody, and those Seekers confirming, only 2 players on B. With the smokes down, they know they're behind them in elbow. I'm surprised Doma's even clearing long now. Or is he? No, they're going. They're running because they heard the teleport behind them. They know these players have come through Hookah, and so out they go. This is where, like, I'd love like a snake bite down on the teleporter or something like that. They don't go for it, but they do run away as quick as can be. Mystic staying behind to watch their back. That's going to be a free kill for him, almost certainly off screen. He's picking up 2. Mystic absolutely clutching out this one. Check comes from spawn and leaves this round pretty much out of the hands of Ballista until Kareem. Morphin, they're picking up every single kill. Mystic's only got the classic and 34 health. Gotta rely on the right click and it lands, but not for the full 150. Doma, with it all to do, still has both of his blast packs, but it's unlikely to come into play. Knows where both of these players were, but the information slowly slipping away. Steps down, drop. He knows exactly where this Brimstone is. 1 kill, and he knows Brim is there as well. Getting up close, blast pack up on top, and around we go. Doma takes the kill in the end. 9-7. A sloppy finish, but a good start. Mystic with that double was beautiful.
I really have to question the decision making from the players. They seem to die a lot with the utility in hand, something that we are not really used to seeing on this level of play. And by the way, the decision from Doma to use the blast pack to get on top of the site is fantastic, because he knows Morphin is playing an operator right now, so he is on a disadvantage. Whenever you can be just like, you know, popping your head, seeing the positioning, your opponent just shoots once and he's dead. He cannot do anything. He has to switch to his weapon. 750 milliseconds to equip that classic. It's pretty tough. It's really pretty tough to do that. So sloppy round, sloppy finish by Ballista. It could have been just their round. It was thrown by FNATIC in the beginning, and then it was thrown by Ballista. There's no other way of saying that.
It's like we're playing a game of baseball or something. People throwing left, right, and center. I don't know, I couldn't think of a game. You know what would have been good? Disc golf. Dusk loves that. I'm tweeting about it all the time. No idea how that game works, but it seems fun. Low effort golf, that's what I call it. 9-7 anyways, 2 between them, and FNATIC have got a whole bunch of ultimates, but so do Ballista, and very similar ultis, really. It's only the Viper that kind of changes it up on one side versus Sky on the other. Nice deep molly. Here comes the showstopper, looking for players. There's none on the site, though. This was full retake, and Doma's now spotted that out. Goes into elbow, not a bad idea to throw one in there. That was weird. I couldn't actually see the full radius of that ulti on the map, but maybe it was just a spectator thing. Oh yeah, we could see it when it activated, but QXV in with one from the back. They're going to take over control of Hookah, but the rotates are underway, and look who they've left behind. Lurking here, Doma easily catches off Kareem as the A site is overrun. The plant will come through. I don't think there's any utility to deny that at this point. And now man advantage plus Viper ultimate. This is going to be tough to take control of as Ballista. Oh.
And I was certain
the drop
an ultimate for Sky, but it was already used before, and now just FNATIC just runs away with it. Wait a moment.
Oh, there's a chance, especially inside this Viper ultimate. He's decaying all the way down in his HP, but he's sticking it, and that might not have been expected, but eventually they get around there. They were being cautious in case he fakes it and knew they had time. I like the jump out of heaven into the Viper ultimate as well. It's honestly one of my favorite things to do. If you have height over Viper ult, you can jump in blind, and it's almost a 50-50. They won't hear you coming, and maybe you get behind them and find that kill.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that we have seen Build with his ultimate straight away on the round when there was an execute on B and not even a bomb plant, right? It's a little bit awkward because you know that your opponents will use that Viper ultimate post-plant, and this is where the Sky ultimate shines. You get exactly the information where are your opponents hiding in the ultimate, so you can just get free kills for that. So I don't know, it's a little bit weird, but Buddy just goes. What is happening?
Blinded.
A bit of a wild start to this, and even taking that fight afterwards versus the weaker weapons. I mean, overcommitment is the word that rings through in my head. We end up now in a 2v5 in a tough spot again. Ballista, they're pulling this back slowly. They have to convert this one. They should. They've got Res, they've got Phoenix ult, and Showstopper. Everything really going their way. I'd be surprised if they let this one go. Mystic up close is the first one to take contact and successfully finds lamp control. Now a little bit more to get as a flash comes out, but it hasn't spotted exactly where Boaster is. It doesn't matter. They know where Mystic is. They know his last known location, and they've spotted him yet again. A quick fight goes his way. The defuse is only being tapped. It hasn't been stuck just yet, but eventually they're going to go for it. Mystic couldn't quite manage the ace, but I think that's fairly reasonable.
It was a little bit awkward again because not sure if you realized, but when Kareem used the Sage Wall, he actually interrupted the defuse by Buddy G and brought him up in level, you know? He was just...
Oh, no.
That was a little bit awkward. He could have died because of that. Because then Mystic had actually a possibility of shooting him over the truck. So I was a little bit, you know, sweating that this might be actually still around for FNATIC, because it seems like Ballista tries to get into those 1v1 fights when it's not necessary. And it was visible in this round as well and during the retake. But I really like the way that they played from the showers when they swung with Buddy G, like very wide. There's no way that they give FNATIC a double kill there. In the meantime, this attack, this round, is something different that we didn't see before from FNATIC. 3 people pushing long B, while in the meantime we have a default control of A, which sets up a nice push and probably gets them a kill when someone pushes showers, but instead it's XQV getting that kill on the sack, and the entire plan falls through because I'm sure they pushed 3 long on B to just teleport to A. Now they have to go into B when they lost that A default.
There is a player just behind this smoke, and I think he spotted Doma out at this point as well. It's a bit awkward if he gets taken down by that. You can see Sage just waiting for this fight to come through as Doma doesn't overstep his mark. Kareem, oh, not dealt with. Batty G there to save the day. And Ballista just keep on giving in this one. Down goes Mo as Mystic is again in a 1v5. Hey, he gets 2. He's already in for 3 with the snakebite. Ult pop, there's a player behind him, but it might buy him a little bit of time. He's actually spotted him out because of it. And another kill from snakebites. This is insane, but unfortunately, the ace doesn't come through from Mystic. That was so unbelievably well attempted.
Oh my god, so close. Look at them, not only having really crisp aim, getting those headshots, but getting those snakebite kills. Look when does use the second snakebite. Oh, actually, that was the same snakebite. Never mind. He didn't use the second one.
That's a bit of a disaster running right into it. You know, you overestimate what the snake bite can do, but because it double damages, causes you to take double damage rather, or we call it being vulnerable, then obviously the poison orb ticking down your health is going to just completely wreck you. It's it was so nicely played, man. You know, Mystic's kicking himself for not getting that last one, but it was so damn close. One bullet and he wins the 1v5. But in the end, Ballista pull it back and look for double digits now at this point. If you're FNATIC, you're in a little bit of trouble. Clearing out corners. There's the guy on the right, actually tagged up as well. Already spotted. Molly in play. He can blast back out of there, though. It's exactly what he's going to do, but loses a lot of his health for his trouble.
Yeah, but he gets healed to 100 HP by his Sky teammate, which is crucial, because I felt like he can still be in that corner if the molly fails to land on him, which there's always a chance, you know, like it can bounce weirdly or leave a small room in the edge of the room. Oh, he goes back to showers, get that control. Nice, he gets a lot of informations from Ballista. That means that they're pushing B. Now let's see how Ballista will take that retake. They have to make a decision, right? They just give it away for free. They just play for that fully retake because they know they have a lot of ultimates. They have the showstopper. They have the run it back. And we're gonna see that being used in tandem. Oh, never mind. Buddy is pushing elbow, gets a double kill while in the ultimate. That's nuts.
Really good stuff by Batty. They pick up the flanker at least, allowing the setup of the post-plant utility that we saw be so pivotal in just the previous round, combined with the Hunter's Fury. That's huge.
But they have the health.
Yeah, they got it halfway. It didn't land quite in time because of the delay of taking the fight behind. This is going to cause a bit of an issue now. Ballista can just stick it inside that and get it all the way. But no! A second away! Kareem gets dealt with now. Down to the even clutch. Mystic with a third kill. Shock dart through. Damage done. And they've won the round at this point. Mystic, all 4 kills under his belt. An absolutely huge round from the Viper. And FNATIC, they won't be equalized on. They hit 11.
So you can ask yourself, like, how do you play around that? And I feel like Ballista is currently not playing around how FNATIC is approaching post-plant situations. Like, you know how they're gonna play. They're just gonna use lineups from long B or from the fountain. So the crucial part is your lurker has to wait for that moment to happen when he can get the kill on the Viper before, you know, she dies, basically, right? That's the crucial part. The lurker has to kill the Viper. If he doesn't kill the Viper, the entire plan on just defusing that bomb fails. Although I have to say, Kareem was actually, I think, like 10 milliseconds away from defusing that spike. The entire loading line was yellow.
But I think, again, that comes down to, and I thought he'd read into something I didn't know about, because if you have the poison orb and the snakebite, you cannot defuse. You can't do it.
I agree.
But he went for it, and I guess he thought he could get there, defying the laws of Viper, and I think we've seen that a few times. While we're chatting, though, we've got a double kill coming in from a showstopper. QXV with 3. Already recovering this round for Ballista on what looked like it was going to be lost. They got pressured, they got split, Bathroom was under heavy pressure, and out he comes with a showstopper and completely changes the tide of the round. Abilities getting kills, but now they need to do it with weapons because they're all out of big impact ultimates. They've got a res, but need to get into position to revive one of those players. And this is where FNATIC would be wise to stick towards an A hit. I mean, if they had the spike, maybe they teleport, but especially when they don't. QXV in with a 4th from behind, and although Mo has got 1, he has no info on the second player. Believes him to be heaven, but he's already wrapped all the way around and just an inch away from getting that kill. There we go. Morphin cleans house, and 11-10 we go. Great round by QXV.
Just shows how impactful this showstopper is, right? Press X, get a double kill, turn around the round. That's insane from XQV here, and they have to be happy about that, right? It would have been match point for FNATIC otherwise, and FNATIC was on a roll. Winning rounds like this puts you up in a great mental spot, and I feel like because of that, FNATIC might have been pushing a little bit too early, as they prepared us for a little bit slower executes on the attack rounds from them, which were very successful. But whenever they attack fast, they fail to just kind of answer the aggression from Ballista on those attacks as well.
Look at that commitment there. Oh, okay. The flash through actually completely caught FNATIC. They've dealt with him now. Another peek, another kill. Jack in for huge damage in this round. But now he's gone. And so too is the Vandal, leaving just a Classic to take this fight. At least the spike is recoverable, as Morphin goes out to clear his backside, but he comes back all too quickly. Catches Mo and puts it 11-11. The important part about the previous round as well, Lothar, is that I think if FNATIC win that, 12-10, yeah, they've wrecked them. So you probably, like, that was genuinely probably the game in the balance, and QXV brought them back into it.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. I mean, okay, maybe not 100% because we don't see the actual stats on the economy, but it felt like from the flow of the game, it felt like that round could have break Ballista economically. And now, because of that, we're going to see a full buy round from both teams on 11-11. And because of the mounting bonus, I feel like we're still going to have a full buy round. Let's take a look. Oh, actually, 2 FNATIC players will have a full buy round. The other ones, actually 3. Mystic is on the Viper, which has a very low utility cost, only 400. So basically, he's allowed to play a full buy even when he has like 900. So this is not going to look terribly in case FNATIC is going to lose, and it's going to look good for Ballista even if they're going to lose. So we're going to see 2 full buy rounds. Oh, wait a second. Someone was playing with a Spectre right now on FNATIC.
Yeah, a little bit of a downside to go for utility. Instead, that's a tough loss to take. Mystic being so pivotal in so many rounds. Doma, he's got to go huge, and he grabs 1, but 2 more to go. Knows where the players are out on long, and in the air catches the kill just as he lands. But now knows both players are on long because a res has come through yet again. Phoenix has popped his ultimate, and this is so clever. It's so smart. He's caused a teleport from one player, and that's with the ultimate. He now comes back. Ballista playing mind games with Doma, who now may believe that there's only one player on long. This is potentially massive. With 4 bullets remaining, Doma could be in a bit of trouble. Had the opportunity to reload as he went towards the spawn, but he'll plant here eventually. Now the question is he ready for both players to be long? As he goes out with the Vandal now fully reloaded, wants to take a peek to the right. There's a 1v1 on offer, but Phoenix is quickly approaching his left-hand side, and he gets side-swiped out of that round. The timing working out perfectly for FNATIC. Ballista picking up 12 rounds, now just 1 away from eliminating FNATIC from the running for Masters. It's not something that many people would have expected, and I would say not something anyone would have expected, but I know you'd pick me up on that one, Lothar.
Yeah, I did. I mean, I'm a big fan of both of those teams, you know? They won me over by their playstyle, and I have to say Haven was heaven to watch. But this bind is very messy, but still very cool to watch. I was worried a little bit for Ballista here in this retake because they split. I'm not sure if this is a correct decision when they know that someone has to be backside. Is it better to maybe approach this, you know, very close to each other for just a trade setup? Because right now they isolated themselves and to maybe even give it 2 1v1s, but hey, they won the round, and now this is a very quick approach from FNATIC. What's happened?
Oh, they're rushing in. They're feeling full confident. I love the setup of the snake fight and the nade. So if somebody is playing up on top in a position that is fairly common, they get double damaged and vulnerable, as we say, and then they get wrecked by the nade on double damage. With this though, we're in a 5 versus 3 after those opening duels. Viper ultimate pop, Mystic up behind and catching everything, closing that out 12-12. Regulation is over, but the game continues as FNATIC are going to desperately try to bring this to a map 3 and claim their spot in Masters on that map. For now, it's overtime.
1 enemy remaining.
Whew. What a round. Super blazing fast from FNATIC.
I really enjoyed Mystic's play, actually. Like, the fact that, first of all, he does the snake bite, and then the nade goes on top of it. But then he goes to backside through his ult. And when you've got that 5v3, Lothar, the last thing I'll expect is your Viper to just run. Yeah. Like, just go straight through it and take those fights. It's sometimes that confidence, although on paper, technically, you know, it's factually the wrong decision when you have the advantage, but it catches your opponents off guard, and it almost makes it the right play because of it.
QXV taking his entry. I wanted to say entry, but it's the Phoenix that's gonna run the edge of this, the tip of the spear here on that A short push. and they get everything for free. They got lamp control, they get the spike plant unless it's gonna be delayed by the shock darts. No, that's not gonna happen. The spike goes down. Ballista with the plant. 5v5 retake from FNATIC.
Well, if he hadn't healed up there, he'd be dead. Got shot through the smoke down to 39 HP when he was already about that. Another nade coming through. A little bit of damage behind QXV, but he stays alive. There's the blast pack, but not in time. Doma picks up the kill and keeps on going. Kareem, the next line of defense, but down he goes as well. Batty G, he's been the big boy for this team in the past. I don't know how that didn't blind him. He's gonna go out wide, drop a molly on the spike, and Morphin picks up one from behind. They're trying their best to pull this back, and Batty G does it. A 4K from this guy. 13-12. Ballista recover a round that looks nigh on impossible and put themselves on a second map point.
What an insane round. It was just eye for an eye for almost the entirety of that retake. But then we have seen both razors just duel inside of lamps, and because of that, Ballista actually just lost the entire map control, right? The entire side control. And Batty had to play with the one way in front of him. He had to use the hot hands. Without the hot hands, I think he is losing 100% of the time. But because of the hot hands, he pushed out his opponents. He could have played time a little bit, and then he gets the double kills after the field rounds out. Insane. And he gets the first blood on defense.
Opened it up completely again. That that bath push that's worked so many times in the previous round. His hot hands further extended the Molotov that Brimstone had put down, and Brimstone about to further extend the advantage with perfect timing on the push through. He catches Mystic in the back, and Mo has to ace this round. It's not gonna happen. Batty 3Ks it up, and 14-12. Ballista have knocked FNATIC out. They have claimed their spot in Masters. What is going on? An insane performance from a team that I think most people wouldn't expect to even be at this stage of the tournament.
I just love this, you know. This is why I am casting or like analyzing Valorant, because this game is going to be so complicated, even in just few months. You know, we're not going to see the same level of play that we have seen in First Strike. We're not going to see the level of play that we're seeing right now. Everything here is going to evolve. Ballista is one of those teams that comes out of nowhere, a Polish organization that just, you know, is very small, but they have the structure. They have the analysts, they have the coach, they have everything falls in place for them to beat FNATIC, knock them out of Masters, take that spot. FNATIC joins the ranks of Liquid and G2, not being in Masters 1. This is a huge kick in the teeth for those huge organizations.
Yeah, and huge organizations indeed. G2, Liquid, FNATIC not making it there, and a huge commendation really for Ballista now to be one of those precious teams, or one of those teams to grab those precious spots. Talking of precious, we had some beautiful players on this server, and we've got to find out who was the best, who is the player of the match. And we can't do that alone. We've picked out 3 names. We're going to go with Batty G, QXV, and Kareem. It's a pretty tough call, to be honest. I don't want to make that decision, but that's why we've passed the responsibility onto you at home. Head on over to Twitter and make sure that you get involved in the conversation. You can go to Twitter, Esports_EU, and vote for which one of these 3 you think deserves to be the player of the match. Now do it quickly, because you ain't got long. We'll be announcing it fairly soon. But for now, we're going to go over to a quick break while you get your votes in, and we'll be back with Sue to discuss this insane match in just a little bit, so don't go anywhere.
last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares set your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where another upset has just occurred. Honestly, this weekend is just upset city right now, but Ballista have booked their spot for Masters, and I'm delighted to bring you guys an interview with their player, Morphan. Morphan, welcome back to the stream again, second time now this week, but it's great to see you. You know, the last time we spoke, you were happy with your result, but how happy are you now with what you guys just managed to achieve?
Yeah, I'm really, really happy. But thank you for interviewing. And hello, I'm really stressed, especially because I have only 1 minute break, I guess, before this interview. So you can also hear my voice is kind of bad because I was screaming a bit. But I'm really, really happy, and I'm really proud of me and my boy.
Well, speaking of your boys, I just want to announce that Baddy G was the winner of Player of the Match, so congratulations to him. Tell me what's it like to play with him, and what did you make of his performance today?
Yeah, so Buddy played really well, and overall, since I was playing him like from the beginning, from the Valorant, we created some team and then we mixed up or played in some different mixes or something like that. But I knew that he can play, and he definitely showed that today. But I want to give credit for all people that helped us. So all five, so more fun me, both Buddy G, QXV, both. Obviously also our coach Yalcin and our stand-in, but who also did some analysis, so Kamisek. It's all teamwork, right? So we prepared really well. We were practicing really hard. We gave everything. So I'm really happy with the result, but I also saw it coming.
You saw it coming? Well, can you explain a little bit more than that? Because, you know, obviously FNATIC are one of the stronger teams in Europe. They haven't had great results at the playoff stage. But, you know, playing them on bind, knowing what they can do bind is not always the easiest thing to do.
I mean, I saw it coming, not mentioning match versus FNATIC, but obviously they were on our way there. So about FNATIC, when I saw the bracket, right? So if we qualify, who will we face and stuff like this, I was kind of happy because I didn't want to, like, we didn't want to face G2, right? Because if they start falling, it's really hard. OG, we would accept that, and I think also on the top.
Wave.
I forgot the first Wave. Okay, Wave. So we practiced versus them, and they had really good, and they still have really good players. So FNATIC was like kinda, that's okay, we can manage. But overall, I mean, we were working really hard and sticking together, you know, not tilting on each other, just talking a lot again and again. So just hard works pay off, right? And as I said before, we had Guild and Alliance in 2 qualifiers. So now it was time for us.
Yeah, exactly. And you did more than just manage there. I have to let you go, but I do have one very quick question, because we haven't seen you guys play on stream against a lot of the top teams. Now you've beaten FNATIC. Which team at Masters are you most looking forward to facing?
I don't think we have any of these. I mean, we are doing really great job. So we'll just prepare as always, you know. And I also want to add maybe one thing to shout out, but the first that I think we should give always credit to any pair and not taking anything from today, for example, Buddy, right? But, you know, those silent heroes, for example, like Kereme, right? Or even maybe me, because we have like kind of free entry fraggers, Boot can count there. So, you know, I think like the whole team is really important, and I'm glad that we stayed together and we won. And one or two words again for Polish fans: Polska górą, znowu.
Thank you very much, Morfan. It's great to see you and speak to you again, and I cannot wait to see what you guys can do at Masters.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Well, Lothar, please translate for me, because the last time he came on, we learned a little bit more about Polish memes, so I'm kind of excited to see.
He used the same one though.
Okay. That is the meme, it seems. Just quickly to wrap. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, Polish Mountain. Yeah, you did explain this last time. Just to quickly wrap that match up, Mitch, you know, he said there that he's glad they stayed together. They have clearly worked very, very hard, but he also said that he saw this coming. There's no ounce of doubt in that interview from the way that they played today as well.
Yeah, I think it was interesting what he said, you know. I don't think anyone wants to play G2 because it's very hard to prep.
Yeah.
With FNATIC, at least you can do a little bit more in looking into how your opponent plays. But for Ballista, at least on that second map, I don't think they've done that. The way they dealt with Viper was honestly atrocious. They ended up losing rounds because of it, but their overall game plan outside of what Mystic was able to do to them on Viper was clean. It was really, really nice to watch. And I have to say, as a team of, like, you're dealing with FNATIC's, G2's, Liquids. Obviously, a lot of that comes around the invite-only tournaments that we had for the first year. And we mentioned that at the time, like those first 9 months, when it comes to open qualifiers, things will change. But it's really weird. It's like, we knew this was coming, but to actually see the true depth of the EU scene, like that a team that I have never cast before. When we looked at this before we started Challengers, and I looked at that team list, I went, I don't know these guys, you know? which usually means that team's going to get smashed. They came in and they played a better Valorant than some of the teams that we would regularly see, which is just phenomenal. And it's really like heartwarming to see that, you know, we've got more depth than it might seem on a surface level.
Yeah, that almost reminded me of like the Summon FC stage when they came through and they started beating teams, and it was almost like that FPX matchup last time. But now FNATIC are sort of in FPX's position. But moving on, because we have one more spot left for Masters. Lothar, just one left, and it's going to be Raise Your Edge or OG. And just speaking of Raise Your Edge there, you know, Lothar, you spoke before about teams having to sort of harness this way of playing, you know, by not relying on just one person to carry. But Raise Your Edge is a team that I do feel like sometimes do kind of lean on CNED. Do you feel like this is going to be a concern at all if CNED doesn't sort of pop off today against OG?
OG and Raise Your Edge have a very similar playstyle, and you can see that in the stats as well. Whenever a team has a higher win rate on defense than attack, I feel like they, because of that, they like a little bit of the executes or of like formal executes that are gonna use during the attack runs, and they rely more on being an improvisation team than more than often planned, or just, you know, like fully thought process is made during the attack rounds, just like with G2. And fortunately for those teams, they're playing against each other. Now, Raise Your Edge is putting a lot of pressure on CNED. CNED is pulling up those numbers during the defense round. This is why I feel like Raise Your Edge has a very, very high win rate on defense. So this is a big test. This is a big test for Raise Your Edge, and I feel like OG might be a little bit prepared because of that.
Well, moving on to OG, Mitch, you know, as we saw from the interview earlier with Damon as well, they haven't really played that much. They're not like a totally new team, but at VCT Challengers, at this stage, they've only played 4 best of 3s. You know, 4 best of 3s, that's one qualifier worth of games. Do you feel like maybe they're going to fall a little bit there because they have a less official experience compared to a team like Raise Your Edge?
I mean, Raise Your Edge are like the grinders, right? They'll come in, they'll just play whatever they can, they'll get the games on the board. I think OG have been very, very selective. They came in right around the time that we had the player break, or like it's not an official one, but there's just no tournaments on. They didn't enter into any of the lower tier tournaments they could have played in to get that official practice, and I think that was a real choice for them. They came into Red Bull Homegrounds. They played possibly the worst Valorant I've ever seen, and then like what, a few weeks later they're all of a sudden god tier. They're really well like everything they do is really well thought out. AKM's role in the team that I heavily criticized on Twitter in Red Bull Homegrounds changed completely, and he plays a really smart jet. I really enjoy this team, and I think they've been underestimated by the majority of the EU viewership.
Well, we had 2 very exciting maps already, but let's head into the map veto for this one and find out which 3 maps will be played today. Well, unlike the first one, we are going to see Ascend here come through and selected by Raise Your Edge, followed by Bind and Icebox. Lothar, what do you make of these 3 maps? And do you feel like any of the teams have an advantage in this situation?
I don't think so, to be honest. Like, we have seen both of those teams perform on every single of those maps. It's just a case, you know, we didn't see OG also that often nowadays. So I guess this is a more evenly put match than we even seen before in between FNATIC and Ballista. But in general, I feel like this is just gonna be a very individual heavy match.
I do think so as well, and Lothar, as you already said, you know, CNED, this guy can do a lot on that jet, and Ascent is one of those maps that he's going to thrive on if you give him the orb on this map. Give him a little bit of space and he is going to look very, very scary. But having said that, OG also have a lot of those firepower, and we're going to head into Agent Select now to see what team compositions is going to come out of today. And as we can see on the side of Raise Your Edge, we have the Reyna and the Jet again, Mitch. I believe this is the team comp they played with last time we saw it.
Yeah, the same comp exactly. And I think it's interesting because it's like a triple duelist because you've got your Jet and your Reyna, but also Sage, who comes in, and Starzo plays a very aggressive role on this team, challenging Killaz for most duels outside of their jet player, which you'd expect. So it's a very, very aggressive one, and they're starting on the attack side, which I think feeds well into what they've got planned.
I didn't quite catch the OG side, so I am going to let you guys take it away and jump into game now, so you two can explain a little bit more on what OG are working with today.
Oh, Lothar. I mean, it's a fairly similar comp to what we've seen from OG before, if not identical, I believe.
It's identical.
Yep. So they're coming in with a Killjoy. They got their Omen, and it's surprising. You know, I like to see Brimstone, but on this map, Omen's flash is just so damn powerful.
Oh yeah, it opens up the entire B side. It opens up crucial, let's say, clutch points on A side as well. When you flash Generator, you flash Doorway at the same time, and Heaven. So it's invaluable. Like the paranoia on this map, it just brings way more crucial kills than on other ones. Well, maybe on Split, but in general, Omen, I really like Omen on this map as well, and it's a big map. But in the meantime, wait. This is no push for with that drone, so it's still a very, very slow approach from OG here.
Look at this shift up towards... that's interesting. So the paranoia just went through, and then you've got the push right afterwards. So never mind the point I was going to make, because I'm thinking OG wanted to shift up control and fight for short. Instead, they actually kind of sold the rotates to them, and they end up running into an easy fight there with the dash from CNED. Cloudburst used so they can see them walking through it. AKM falls for the trap, goes down straight away, and this should be a clean-up Oni by trying to pull it all the way back. But a big task on hand. These players are lit up, and even with Sage heal, you can't get them all the way back up. They've got to wait for that to come back online as well. Oni by in with the third, though, buys a chance for this to maybe go their way. Oni eventually dropped, leaving just one, and on 1 HP, the Classics will deal with Element very easily. That is 1-0, and Raise Your Edge when they get off the starting block first.
Yeah, I think you were caught off guard as I was, right? This was just such an unpredictable round from Raise Your Edge. They just, from OG. It just made those rotations like kind of in a telling way for Raise Your Edge to just execute on that side. They didn't predict what was happening. So a good outplay from Raise Your Edge here, and winning those gunfights was crucial to open the round. But then we have seen them, the overconfidence coming in, pushing against the pistol round. You can still throw that round, and it was almost doable. 2 versus 2. The timer was ticking out, so unfortunately there was no heal from the Sage. And in the meantime here, we have 4 people push on a lobby to get the orb control a little bit as well. So a small win from this eco. They didn't get any kills, but get the map control. Entire B is left out for free control for Raise Your Edge, so they get a free plant. And now we're gonna see a push from OG to get some exit kills, I guess. But it's gonna be tough to do that against Kyle's on the Reyna when he's basically a raid boss here.
Yeah, it's tough to deal with Killaz at any time, really, considering the fact that he's the Reyna, and we've seen him dominate in some duels before. Although on this map, it is definitely CNED that takes the cake. Playing a Jet, though, you want that to be the case. Right now, though, farming up Eco, Frags, Killaz, Coldamenta, they've made sure they don't lose too many players. And for Tvik, sitting outside this wall, he's just hoping that someone pushes him and gives him a 1v1 fight, but as he peeks, he sees 3, just like the 3 kills that Killaz got. 2-0 before we see the first real round, where we're going to have a full buy from OG.
Yeah, I really like that Starkso wanted to push that wall, but it was Kyle's who got the kill, which is quite unfortunate, because we know that the ultimate from Kyle's is not as important as the ultimate from Coldamenta or from Stark, so this is why Starkso wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, get those eco kills, which are pretty easy, relatively speaking, let's say, and fuel up his ultimate. But that failed. Kyle's got the kill, but now he can use the ultimate against a full buy with the Spectral, which makes it a little bit more deadly than before.
The door closing very early on this B site. You don't see that too often, but due to the control they've given up on mid, they still have an alarm bot there, but I guess worried about maybe the Omen shadow stepping across or them destroying it and quickly rushing. I like that move. It seems though Raise Your Edge look at this as, hey, one less angle to clear as they push out, right? You know they're not in market shooting out. So now they can take 1-by-1 fights. That's so unlucky. The wall up above as Tvik is falling. He gets damaged down to 31 HP. A recon dart that doesn't land in this universe. It's fallen to the world below. He's tucked underneath the wall though, and there's a nice easy kill to start it. Taken down afterwards, but his teammates trading back. OG, they've lost control of the site, but they've got the man advantage now to attempt to retake it. An ult from Reyna up close, caught in the back, but disappears. AKM can't get anything done, and it's all down to Element. The spray runs out of ammo, classic out, and there we go. Element gets it done. Both players running out of ammunition in their primary weapon, and it's the quick switch to the classic that gets it done. 2-1.
Do you think that Starkster actually didn't hit the button and he was just a little bit confused of what's happening? Because he could have draw out that pistol faster than Element, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I'm not sure, but I think I saw him reload. Did I?
Yeah, I am almost certain that he started a reload animation. I was like, wait, what is happening? And then Element is going out of ammo and he switches it to the pistol and he's faster than Starkster. Maybe we can get a replay later to see if there was a small mechanical mistake that did cost them the round. But it was a crucial one. It's the full buy.
I like this Killjoy setup as well. The Nanoswarm up on top of the window. We saw her just throw it before it starts. And so if they go forward and try to go for that little wall play again, they're in a lot of trouble straight away. That's not an angle you can clear out first. Raise your edge, though. They're not looking for B main control, at least not yet, as a recon drone clears B completely. And I think that should even spot the Reyna in the corner. Indeed, it does. But only one Reyna in the corner. The rest of the team were outside of A.
I really like how OG is approaching this round, very slow and methodical. They have mid control with that alarm bot set up from Killjoy, so they just completely avoid even getting anyone there. This is why they close the doorway so fast in the round, as you mentioned previously. And what is even more important is that Raise Your Edge, they don't gain anything from this round. Look at this. It's 50 seconds left on the clock. They have no information whatsoever. They have no idea what's going on. No one is pushing their positions. No one is playing for the default for them to get any entry kills. And now they have to check also Wine. They have no idea if someone is hiding there, because that wall, you know, oh, this is the one where he checks it. Yep, he now knows that no one's on Wine. But again, 20 seconds are just falling away, just like that ice from the stage. Now the smoke will stop the push as well. They have to commit 20 seconds to that execute. Mitch, what is going on?
The recon dart's going to hopefully spot some of them or draw their crosshairs away. Tvik taken down straight away on that aggressive push in CNET. He's already on the site with the Vandal in hand, but AKM returning fire. Spike dropped in the open, now retrieved. Starzo tries to make it to the site, deals with AKM, looks for more and catches Element. Now the final player, all they have to worry about, that Nanoswarm not going to stop them, and just enough time to get that through. Rez comes into play. Starzo trying to take the fight and allow that Rez to come all the way. A 3v1. This looked like it was done and dusted. Raise Your Edge on the back foot, but now Onibai's got to do it all with a Guardian. 7 bullets left in the magazine, 3 players to deal with, and he has to take these fights all at once because they're lined up, they're ready with the crossfire, and that's the easiest round in that 3v1 for Raise Your Edge. But getting it back into that position was just nasty.
I'm a little bit flabbergasted. Look at the situation. Sox with the MVP of the round. Why do we even have a peek from AKM here? Now Plant was going on. They had to play a little bit of time to get, you know, get them offside. And that's it. That peak on Generator was unnecessary and did cost them the round, because then, if I'm not mistaken, Element behind the green boxes on side had to peek again to trade AKM. And he was in a really bad spot because of that. He was being held in a crossfire by both Kyles and Starkso. Awkward round from OG. It looked like they have it in their pocket.
Well, they really did. They did, and they threw that one away. Killless with a double opening. It is just pistols they're against here, but it's still not how you want to start things off, running into a ranged duel. And it looks like they'll repeat the same thing, allowing him time to get a little bit closer. Maybe waiting all the way. Oh, no, there's the peak. Oh. Okay, well, now you're dead. Vic knows he has to just take the fight. Yeah, the previous round, you know, I feel like for AKM and Element, they both just need a hide. That's all they do. It is as easy as that. There's no time. Once they both swing, they probably kill the spike planter, and it's the round is theirs. But instead, they gave the opportunities away. The Sage then had res for the kills, and it's just a disaster of a round. You get a little bit too comfortable ahead. Raise Your Edge. They're getting comfortable now, looking at their 4th round. More than likely. I mean, I don't see OG doing anything here. They've lost control of the site. And obviously they don't have even Vandals or anything to work with. Maybe they try to play some exits at best.
I wanted to point out a very interesting topic. You know, we have a Reyna nerf/buff some time ago, and it seems like Razor Edge still play that Reyna as a lurker as she was before the nerf, right? She was basically nerfed to an extent where she cannot easily just spam her dismiss or devour after every single kill, right? Because now she only can do that twice unless she's on an ultimate, but she gets the assist even when she deals just 1 damage, right? Then she gets the orb. This is this is an aspect of changing the way the utility works for Reyna to make her more team-based instead of just being solo-based. And because of that, she was a very, very good lurker actually in pro play. And as you can see here, she gets basically an isolated fight in almost every single time. When she wins that, she's on full HP. So it's a little bit awkward that we see Kyle still play that lurker role, but at the same time, there's gonna be a mix-up at some point, I'm guessing, and he's gonna be one of the entry frags together with the Jet player.
Yeah, it's a very important thing now, the change of styles that you'll see. Actually, in this round, Omen's going to be the one lurking towards the A side. Again, because of what you're saying, right? You want your Reyna to be playing around your team. Still one of the first into a fight, but just don't punish her if a teammate is the one to get the kill kind of thing. And what's... I'm guessing a lot of people who are like... Because you could play Reyna if you're a strong individual and make it all the way through. Oh, look, they actually, because they jumped up on top of the wall, I'll interrupt myself, they actually destroyed the Nano Swarm because they heard it and they're aware of that position. And the tendency, AKM, shutting down CNET here. This could be a problem. They've dealt with him, gone for the full heal up because the ultimate's obviously in play. So you're basically back to full health after that. That's not a kind of duel that you want to be taking a 1v1 versus kill as at the moment. You want to make sure you can trade him. Otherwise, the damage you do is, well, completely irrelevant. Bone cold. Our man, he's already out of the round. Kill is dealt with by the shock dart. Very nicely done. I thought it was just going to tickle him up, but no, his teammate tagged him too. Just to leave coldamenta.
That's the way you want to play against Reyna, right? Just don't give her the chance to shoot.
That was nice as well because he puts the shock dart through. His teammate took a fight, and then he was there to spam through the wall as well.
10 seconds left.
Really, you've got three different lines of three avenues of approach there to dealing damage. Coldamenta, I'm kind of counting him out of this round, but that kill that he got, they actually pop a res because of it. So already, the impact that he's had in this 1 versus 4 is huge to take that ultimate out of the game. Now that turret kind of destroys his chances. He has to take heads-up aim duels, and there's just no way it works. If they don't put the turret down, at least, you know, it's like you can maybe catch the guy that's watching it off guard or take a 1v1, but right there you know, okay, I'm gonna have 4 players running at me all at once. That's GG.
Yeah, it was a tough round. It's still a small win for Razor Edge. I mean, they're winning 2-4 on Ascent. I feel like that's pretty good for them. In general, this map seems to be favoring the defender side a little bit, especially when the teams are playing more, let's say, a free approach. I mean, unless there's G2 and just running over people, but we know how that ended up in the long term. So it's gonna be interesting to watch how OG approaches this map on attack. One thing that I wanted to point out is that I wonder how much of an impact was actually the fact that we have seen the Reyna on side with the rest of the team, and maybe because of that OG didn't expect the lurk from any other player, right?
Quite possibly.
But hey, look at that first blood happening here on defense. That is actually a big thorn in the side because they, as you pointed out, lost the ultimate from Sage last round, and Element cannot really raise their player to have a full 5v5 equalizer in this case.
One thing that was kind of interesting quickly was that over in A, then Omen crossed to the right side and Shadow steps out. It's something that you don't think too much about, but players know that that's a possibility. But sometimes you'll have the fake shadow step, right? Because they'll still hear the sound cue and you stay there lurking. And that's why I think OG, rather than commit utility towards something that probably isn't relevant, they just go back and play sight, combined with the fact that they're getting kills elsewhere. But that ultimate going through, trying to deny the res, it catches one tag but no kill, and then a bit of information denied as he can't see the Sova already crossed his sight. This could be a problem as the Sova now lurks out towards the B site. and can walk up those steps any moment now. Of course, the door is closed, though. Yeah, they keep closing the door, isolating AKM, but meaning he can't be backstabbed. And the only impact for Sova now is to wait and catch them as they rotate all the way through spawn, but he gives away his position. Oh, that's just fruitless, especially when he heard the turret be recalled. That's when you know you can backstab them. But instead, he shoots, and that just completely ruins his chances of having high impact, although at least he takes down Vic on the cross back over.
Yeah, it's kind of nuts that he actually got that kill in the mid, because we should know, OG should know, that that guy was gonna peek from B-Link. But in the meantime, defenders are pulling off the lockdown, pushing out the players, but there's no nanoswarm to follow it up. As you can see, the players were aiming at the bottom of that floor to destroy those nanoswarms before, but now half defuse being already done, but it's not good enough. 1 versus 3. He was just being outnumbered and impossible to win that round.
Yeah, I find it odd that the not odd, but worth comment. AKM went for a dash in to try and destroy the lockdown as well, and the rest of the team had already ran back to safety. So I think the idea there being that obviously he can catch them off guard on timing alone, but they had heard the steps away. So you think, okay, they're definitely going to play passive. AKM dashes in, maybe destroys it and buys you that extra time, maybe gets a kill as well, but in the end it didn't work out for him. So he just removed himself from the situation, but his teammates played it really well. And once you've got those good fundamentals, you can afford to take those kind of risks.
Now there's a 5 people march towards A, but they're being stopped by the wall and the other pieces of the utility that OG has in their disposal. And because of that, they actually lost control of B. They have no idea what's going on. This is why Sova is using his drone to check out mid if someone was crossing already B. In the meantime, Jet is trying to retain that garage control. She's gonna have to check meticulously every single angle that she is following up with the rest of the team. And now we're gonna see, there we go, there's the execute on B. 3 players pushing, 2 guys behind them. Very, very long time for the rotation to happen. But the side is clear. There's no one here. OG just kept 5 people on A.
Sold by the early fake that had gone through, wanting to take the gamble, roll the dice, but this time, Snake Eyes. I still didn't learn if that's good or bad. I'm pretty sure it's bad. I've never played that game before. I played the one with the cup. What's it? Yahtzee. I've played Yahtzee. That's good fun. But anyways, Bone Cold. Bone Cold. He's in trouble. Sheriff's coming around, but it looks like he's getting rid of Law and Order. Down they go. Killaz comes out to finish the final 2, stealing the ace, and you can see Bone Cold ain't too happy about it. That's a nicely done 6-2.
By the way, Cena is at 2-7 stats, and you don't feel like currently Raise Your Edge is hurting because of that. That is a good promise for this entire map, since if you don't need CNET to frag out, that means your team is working well.
See, he's on 2-7, dashing in, taking opening duels, and also like trying to throw himself at things like Killjoy. I get why, like on the B side, he's being the first out a lot of the time and then being isolated by utility. There's also the fact that, you know, in the rounds where he's not dying from playing those entry positions, Killaz is just destroying them. It's like, there's only so many kills to go around, you know? CNED's like, hey, leave some for me. And even there, you see Killaz stealing the final 2. I mean, obviously, he's helping his teammates, all jokes, but he's hungry, man, and he's looking good. I mean, we mentioned the Reyna and how typically he'd be playing along the level of Starzo on that kind of second duelist. That Starzo is playing the Sage as well, competing for that spot a lot of times. But this time, Killaz is he's taking the crown, he's taking the lead. Dominating.
I'm actually very happy to see Cena in a kind of a new position, a comfortable one for him, right? Because he was always just trying to play with the operator, but those games here right now that we're witnessing is him changing that. He's getting out of the comfort zone, right? He's more of an entry fragger. That's fantastic to see, because Reyna needs to follow it up, and that's where she shines. So he's actually playing for his teammates. Awesome to see that evolution of a player.
And I guarantee when he goes to the defensive side, this guy's going to turn up. Yeah, he's just going to start wrecking people. But for now, on attack, you know, that same kind of role as you're saying, you know, playing with that operator, it's not that viable. That was a risk that I don't think was worth taking Paranoia through. If it goes from hell and a teammate jumps up, sure enough, but it's a bit weird to do it in that situation. Back down to a 2 versus 1 at this point. Starzo has taken down Element to leave Unko by himself. He goes out to try and get that defuse, but not a chance. Killaz shoots him in the head through the smoke. Nice and clean with the 1 tap. 7-2 we go. This is looking pretty convincing for Raise Your Edge at the moment.
Alright, well, this is pretty interesting. I wasn't predicting this to be such a one-sided match, at least so far, right? Especially in attack. I wonder what OG is talking between each other in the comps, because they need to switch something up. It's definitely not working right now, and they still seem to be doing the same exact setup as before. When they are on a half buy, they play an aggressive A push. They set up a one-way. Got the positioning in for that wall with 2 sides being taken over with the defenses, which is typically the Omen and the Sage. But in the meantime, Raise Your Edge is doing something that we didn't see before. They are taking mid control. They're going out with that aggressive smoke. They were just waiting in it. Bone Cold and Sova are trying to get B control. Never mind. Cena just dies first, even without going on site. So that was a plan, but they failed to execute it pretty fast, and now they have to be figuring out something else. Like, we couldn't go from it, we couldn't go back. Now we have to go back to market, but that kill on AKM is gonna put a big thorn inside of the defenses.
AKM's back up, minus his ultimate at this point. Bone Cold rushing to sight. He's going for the reload, but his teammates clean up the kills. Now a 3v3. Problem is, AKM, he's only got a classic. Dude had his ultimate, but now he doesn't. Having used up all the knives before he died. And now, okay, he's getting kills with a classic, so he doesn't give a damn. Fair enough, right click up close, it's dangerous. And even if he doesn't get the kill, he goes over to the Vandal, the spams doing damage. The 2 versus 2 that's in it, and there we go, it's out of it. Unko with the double, quick as you like. 3 rounds for OG, and you know what? If they can push this up to 5, they're in a really good spot. Hell, even the 4 rounds, because Raise Your Edge, their comp is based around a lot of aggression. And I think OG, they've shown that they're a team that's comfortable taking map control, but also comfortable holding it. And on the defensive side, or on the attacking side rather, I think if they just hold down that map control, Raise Your Edge are gonna run right into their hands, at least at the start.
You were saying about the classic, he actually won the round because of that. He gets that headshot body shot on his entry from the smoke and opens up the retake. That was a crucial kill of that round. I know that, Unko gets the double kill on site, but that was because AKM did get the kill on the pavement and then followed up with a wallbang through the boathouse, which puts the Sage on, like, I think 2 HP or something like that. So that was actually very crucial res that worked out. It wasn't likely to happen, but it happened. What I find odd a little bit is just I'm trying to read into the movement from Raise Your Edge when they try to attack, and I cannot find a concise plan. The previous run was very chaotic. There was like a plan, but they waited out too long, so they sold out their positioning because OG did get a lot of info by just taking map control. Methodically, they're just moving forward and forward and forward, which eliminates the positions from the attackers, and they know what's going on, right? And then they just dive because AKM just jumps over the wall and gets headshotted, but that's unfortunate. And in general, I feel like OG will have an easier time playing on attack because they know Raise Your Edge will have to play attack on defense because of the composition. So it's gonna be an interesting match. We'll see how OG approaches that on the second half, but we still have 2 full buy rounds ahead of us. And again, it's very slow approach.
Cena this time showing us what he can do when he's opening up sights. He dashed in, he picked up a double, and with that, Raise Your Edge have got the advantages. There's a res in play, but it's for the attackers, and they're on their way over to res up right now on the B side. A double flank then can come through. It's going to be pretty tough. You know, the door goes down to buy a little bit of extra time, but really, if you're OG, you're worried that there's a ticking time bomb of those players coming up behind you. You've got to take fights, and there's just no way that they're going to go their way, because Killaz is here to take heads as Starzo finishes it off. Well, technically not flawless round, because they did lose a player, but they rezzed back up, so in a way, it's flawless.
I don't really like the res, though, and I'll tell you why. That gives a huge cue for the opponents to start the retake. You know that there are 2 players currently in Garage B, and I felt OG didn't didn't just collapse on that tell, because that tells them there are 3 people on site, only 3, and we are 3 as well. So it's equal footing. We should push now before the 2 guys going behind us, will take control as well. So they had a very short opportunity to actually bring that round back, but they didn't capitalize on it.
Deploying drone.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of confused about. I'm saying the whole time, like, oh, they've got a time clock. That flank is on the way, the double flank, and they're just kind of chilling, waiting, see what happens next. And obviously, that's playing into the hands of their opponents. Nice paranoia, completely blinded up the Jet on backside. AKM, Vic, Unco, Element, that's almost the whole team. There's only 1 left and only 1 round left, so obviously that ultimate comes into play. It gets popped out, only by hoping to force them back, but they're going to push it down. They're going to destroy that lockdown. He gets a kill for his trouble, but the time is so low now as he swings on out. Killas is waiting for him, and he kills him. That ends it out, and 9 rounds on the board. I said that Raise Your Edge's comp is very much attacker-based, but I still think 9 rounds is a bit too many a few too many to give over to your opponents.
I agree, but let's see if I can predict something, okay? On the pistol round, we're gonna see both Jet and Reyna push out A long. They're gonna try to control that. Never mind. The Jet is on B. The Jet is on B, but we can maybe still see it with the Recon Arrow Paranoia move, and then Reyna just pushes out. I'm interested, because if I were OG, I would wait and be patient in those rounds. They know that the opponents are lacking Cypher, lacking Killjoy. They don't have to worry about destroying the utility, so they can get map control just by being a little bit more patient, getting some kills in the mid that opens up the entire site. So it's a very tough game plan for Raise Your Edge to execute if they're not getting map control by utility.
That's why I love you, Lothar. You're happy to take risks. I'm gonna place a bet these players are gonna push. They're on the other side of the map. I love it. But no, it would have been a strat. It would have been beautiful if it worked out. What is kind of surprising though is because we're talking constantly about how this comp is a very aggressive one. They're playing the opposite. They're playing super passive and actually set up a crossfire on site. Bone Cold goes down, but Killaz is here, ready to take heads. Element though, he's showing up at last. This guy was an absolutely insane player for Raise Your Edge. Or sorry, for OG in the past. Over on Icebox especially, the dude averages like 30 kills. Right here, he's alone. He's got to ace out the pistol. A 1 versus 2. He doesn't stick the spike plant, and that causes more problems now as the wall is wide open. He tries to bait them into a fight, but no one's stepping forward. The timing might have worked against him, but he's just trying to find an opening, an angle to catch one of these players off. They know exactly the game that he's playing, and instead they're holding back, waiting for his peak, for his aggression. The glass broken. Element now confident there's no one in heaven. He has the info he needs, but they're rushing forward. They're trying to fake him out. He's gotten it planted, but they know he's underneath. They've seen him and now completely spotted him. They saw he couldn't have walked anywhere else. Easy kill, but no second, or fifth, I should say. CNED shuts it down and puts double digits on the board for Raise Your Edge.
You could hear me like take some deep breath, right? Because whenever I see a player planting out the bomb with the knife out, I just can't comprehend how that can happen. Because if he would have been pushed instantly after the bomb being planted, after the spike being planted, he has to switch to his pistol round manually, and that leaves him with the full equip time, 750 seconds on the Ghost. If he does that while having the Ghost equipped, then it's being halved to 375. So it's a huge difference to take that fight, especially when you're 1v2. And let's be honest, they had a 2v2 pre-planned. They could have play together, not peek anything, get that plan first, play that 2v2 retake against them, but they took the risk that was unnecessary, and they lost the round because of that. It's 3-10 for Raise Your Edge. They're destroying OG right now.
Yeah, Raise Your Edge looking about as clean as can be. You know, when you look at OG stats in this map, it's not one you expect them to dominate on, but expected a better performance than this. The hiccup versus Heretics was one thing, but now they're looking lost. CNED on the backside, shredding what was an attempt at a force buy, and OG now left in dire straits. Their money is gone. They're on just above 2K on every player, and they're facing off against what could be map point if they concede this one. I think you kind of have to take an eco here, Lothar, but I'm not too sure if they're going to go for it. And, well...
Can they afford? I don't think they can afford it. You have to play for a win, right? Otherwise, there's a saying. If you don't play for the win, you play for the lose. And it would be a lose-lose situation because they're going to be on a match point if they allow the opponents to take this next one. So they have to try to brute force their way into winning the map in normal, regulated time. And if they don't do that, they have to play overtime. That's just ridiculous. So it's going to be a tough task ahead of them. And I would love to hear if this is a faster game than G2 versus Diffuse.
Look at Raise Your Edge. They've just pushed all the way down middle. There's two players here ready to take long-range fights, and OG are in trouble. B now pushed out as well. They've reacted perfectly to the information they got about Raise Your Edge being outside of the A site. They're worried about another player in the corner, but it's over towards the B site they should be concerned about. The push coming out is short, a little bit hectic. Down goes the Nanoswarm, only by buying space for that res to come through, but CNET doesn't want it. He doesn't like it, and he's trying to take the fight. A shock dart tickles up Vic, a flank from Bone Cold, and he's only good for the one. It's down to the 1v2, all up to one player on Raise Your Edge. Coldamenta deals with the first, no idea on the second, but this player is super low. He suspects he's down below and now confirms it as you can't see him above, but around the side of the wall he comes, and Coldamenta takes it with a 3K. It is 12-3, and OG are now facing map point, whether they like it or not, and the difference is they can't get a full buy up here either. And Lothar, you know, a quick point I want to make is that the difference between Counter-Strike and Valorant. So my Counter-Strike brain was like, no, they have to eco, right? Play the full buy and believe that they can make the comeback. And if this was Counter-Strike, I would agree with that line of thought I've just put out there. However, I agree with you. You have to take the force buy. And the simple reason for that is if you try to go along that, ultimates. Yep, your opponent's going to save all 5 of their ultimates, use them up. You lose that round. It's pretty much gone. So you're screwed.
I agree, even though their opponents have not really that impactful ultimates in form of Jet and Reyna, right? But if they just use in tandem the res from Sage and the Sova ult, it's gonna be a disaster of a round. If executed properly, of course. But it's a very good point when you consider the comparison to the other tactical FPS game that is so similar to Valorant, or the other way around. Valorant is so similar too. What I wanted to point out in the previous round, though, OG was caught between a rock and a hard place. Like, it was such a tough situation to be in because they had to rotate back from A. They were pinched, moved, basically like crunched, like in between the forces of the opponents. They couldn't react properly to it, and it was almost they did because they had better hardware, but it was tough. And now look at that, Killis is just getting a double kill because they played aggressively, something that we said they're gonna do. It was just on the round 3 when they can take more risk, but hey, AKM showing up with that big burst from the Bulldog. Now, is that a fake? Is it not a fake? AKM with the double kill, 2 versus 2, but now the 2 ultimates will gonna pay dividend for Raise Your Edge. They can use them for free basically on B side. There's the Recon Arrow that will tell this Sage if she can go for the res or not, but now Coldamenta is separated. He wins the fight 1 versus 3 for Raise Your Edge. This is gonna be easy. Oh, you missed it!
So that's a bit of a whiff, though. Buys some time now for Vic to reposition a 1v3. You know, it started out well. Raise Your Edge, they push A long, but then they push B. When they've got the info A long is clear. That doesn't sit right with me. Now, though, with Vic having to win out this 1v3, the op is perfect to take the first fight, but he misses the shot. Down to 25 health. All they have to do is swing him, hit him with a shock dart, or hit him in the body. CNET does that. 12 turns into 13, and the map goes to Raise Your Edge. This is a bit of a shaky start from OG in the series, we'll put it that way. And I gotta say, Lothar, at this point, let me just double check. This was Raise Your Edge's pick. So at least there is the tiniest glimmer of hope that, hey, you know what? This wasn't our map pick, but I don't know how OG are gonna sit with that, considering Raise Your Edge just dominated them so heavily.
I'll be honest, this is not the map that I expected to be as quick, especially between those two teams, because they play such a similar playstyle, right? But it seems like the OG was just dismantled by Raise Your Edge. Really not something I predicted, and I love being proven wrong, you know? Killis and Bone Cold with the insane amount of first bloods, that alone shows you how impactful they are in this game. 5 bloods for Reyna, 4 first bloods for Omen. And we have seen the point that you brought up, how Omen is impactful on this map, right? How many rounds were won by that paranoia on A side when they got like 3 kills on Generator and Haven? So impactful.
Yeah, it's been massive. I gotta say, impressed by what Killaz was able to bring to the table here. But again, it's one of those games when you're winning that convincingly, it's not one guy carrying you. Even though he's got the kills on the board, it is a team effort. And you gotta give props to Raise Your Edge for dominating the way that they did. We're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll break down... Maybe we won't break down that map. There's not a lot. We'll discuss 1 or 2 of the rounds, which is most of the map. And then we'll talk about the next one coming up, OG's pick.
welcome back to a Valorant Challengers EU, where Raise Your Edge have just managed to take down OG on the first map of this best of 3. I am Yinsu, and I'm joined by your casters Mitch and Lothar. Welcome back, you guys. Mitch, you know, we spoke about the carry potential of CNED in the pre-show and whether there'll be concerns for this team if CNED doesn't pop off, and it appears that there's zero problem whatsoever in that department, and in fact he was kind of carried by his teammates today.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. You know, I mentioned the point that I literally thought of this team as CNED and 4 dudes before we started. Obviously there's a lot of potential on this roster, but I hadn't seen it in any of the tournaments I looked at before. But yeah, CNED's he's not dominating the way that he should. Now, defensive side, I think things would have changed. If they start with defense, CNED's probably top fragging. But Killez, this guy was on fire. Just so confident to take every single duel. And now I think OG, having given that guy all this confidence, they're in a lot of trouble.
Also, I did see on Twitter that you guys missed an opportunity to save Bone Cold with a 3K, because he did get a 3K, and of course, in his interview with us last time, he said he pretty much only made his IGN so he could hear casters say that. Let's make it happen, guys. Let's make it happen. But moving on, Lothar, as usual, you have your lab over there and you have something prepared for us, because there were some issues on this OG side. It's a little bit difficult to kind of analyze that completely because it was a bit of a stomp and they didn't have too many opportunities to show everything they could on this map. But tell me, especially in regards to that last round we saw, what the issues were.
You know what's funny? You said about the lab, right? I feel like I have to bring out scrubs at some point. But what I wanted to point out in that round is we're gonna be looking at round 15 from OG when they're on an attack, and this is the moment where, in my opinion, a small miscommunication happens between their teammates and how they approach the game. Now this is gonna be very interesting since they go on attack here, where the OG is taking control of mid, and in the meantime, as you can see on the minimap, 2 players from Raise Your Edge are taking control of the entire A lobby. They're gonna get a double kill on mid at some point, and it's very important to know that this is gonna be very impactful for the entire round. So what we're gonna see now, AKM is gonna try to follow the back and gets the opening kill on one of those players. Now that brings an information. Now what happens? Here we have 1 kill. AKM knows that there has to be a second guy because they had 2 people on top mid, so he is prepared for that. In the meantime, 2 players from OG did take control of Garage B, but they have not yet entered the entire site. And this is very important because now this is the moment when they should just wait for AKM to maybe get another kill. And if that happens, they can just go back through the spawn and join AKM in the entire round. But instead, what happens is that Killjoy just pushes on site while the fight did not end with the between AKM and Boncold, and because of that the entire round falls on a 2 versus 2, and that's when the rotation happens to join AKM on the side, and we know how that ended up. So it feels like there's a small miscommunication happening between the players in OG, and I hope they're gonna fix that in the future map, because if that doesn't, like, you know, if the fundamentals are not there to tell your teammates what is going on, and that you can open an entire site by yourself, and it's gonna be tough.
Well, that was, of course, Raise Your Edge's map pick. So it's not a massive surprise that they came away with a win, but I think maybe we expected a closer game, especially given how OG have performed lately. And Mitch, you know, speaking of lately, they haven't really played that much, right? I know we already hit on this point before, but do you feel like maybe this is sort of a warm-up and Bind is their map pick, so we should see some kind of a leveling here on the next map?
I mean, look, it's not uncommon to see teams get 13-3 wins and then completely fall off. It happens. It happened only last week. So I think realistically, you can't count OG out. You really can't. I do not think what we just saw from OG was them at their best. It was nowhere near it. Now, if this was Icebox coming up, I'd believe in that comeback 100%. But right now, I'm at the 30 mark. I think they're going to look better on this map, but having to win 2 in a row is always a pretty big task for any team. So is it a warm-up? in a way, yes, they should look better. They should have recovered from the mistakes that just happened, but I don't know that it's going to fill them with a lot of confidence, even though they're going on to a map that they prefer.
Well, it's interesting because, of course, we saw that Raise Your Edge had to come back from this position, right? Because they went through kind of getting a little bit stomped in their game beforehand, and they managed to win the next 2 maps and knock out one of the best teams in Europe. So it can be done. I don't know if it's going to be done here, Lothar, but what would you like to see from OG? The OG that we know and love, the OG that we're familiar with, and what do they have to do if they want to turn things around on Bind?
I always like to bring up stats when I talk about teams, but with OG I can't really do that because we don't have enough stats. I literally have 1 game on Bind on my in my notes when they play Raze, Sage, Cypher, Silver, Omen, and that's about it. Not really much conclusions, not many conclusions that you can do, apart from the fact that Anko was just wreaking havoc in that map when they once played. In general, I feel like they just need to reset their mentality because for me it felt in many rounds the fundamentals of comms are just making their life hard. They didn't transfer the informations that they get from the opponents to their teammates so they can make conscious decisions on how to approach the round.
Well, like you said, there's not that much to go on, but they did, I believe, play against Heretics the last time they played Unbind. It didn't go too well for them, but then again, not many teams, is going to match up well when they play against Heretics, but I still do feel like there is maybe a bit of an issue when it does comes to like experience, right, and officials. I don't want to keep like drumming on, but I do think there is, if you are a team that's been playing loads of games coming into this, and you're beating G2 and you're beating some of these other teams, it's going to give you that confidence, Mitch. And in a scenario like this, you need confidence.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I actually think OG, despite that loss versus Heretics, like that overall game was pretty distressing. They beat a team Entropic on this map, and Entropic are a pretty good Bind team. That's Taimu's team with Hip and Twistin and a bunch of other players, Apo and Vladede. Now, if you can beat Entropic on Bind, it certainly says that you should be confident, comfortable on that map, 100%. We didn't see that versus Heretics. We've just seen them get smashed by Raise Your Edge. They're definitely on the back foot. They've got a lot of pressure on them right now, and this is where we haven't seen them perform. We've not seen them in officials. We've not seen them under many officials, I should say, and certainly not under this kind of pressure. So this is it's a new challenge for them, definitely.
I mean, let's be honest, guys. There's no reasoning anymore in Europe. You can't predict anything.
Hey.
I mean, except for Lothar. Lothar 100%. Wins on. Yeah, actually, Lothar, are you on 100% win rate right now in terms of your predictions?
Well, it might change after this one, right? I predicted OG to win. I rated. I wanted to see OG in a little bit of different light than we see them currently. And I'm looking forward to this next Bind map because they always performed very well. But the thing is, Raise Your Edge seems to be an inconsistent team, but when they're actually pulling it off, it's insane. You can't play like well against them because they're just hitting heads. They're just playing this aggro kind of approach to the game that you cannot really counter unless you know what's going on, and it's so hard to read into that.
I actually love the fact that, CNED also has some room to play with. Like, he doesn't have that, like, the kind of pressure of his entire team on him as we might have previously thought of, because after that map, we just proved that he can also rely on his teammates. He isn't the only person that can hit heads in that team at all whatsoever. But having said that, on the OG side, Element, he can also turn it up. And I know, Mitch, that you'd feel more comfortable if this map was Icebox. But I do want to ask you what you think their win conditions are as well for OG.
Well, if you're coming in as OG, really one of the things you're going to pray for is that we don't see CNED turn up, as we know he can. Let me double check. So OG picked this map, Raise Your Edge, chose defense. Yeah. So the very start of this should be CNED really just showing up on that operator. I don't think he's going to be deflated or any. When you win a map 13-3, you could have 0 kills and you're going to feel just fine. So providing he still picks that jet, we should see some amazing operator play from him, and OG better hope they've got a way to counter it.
Well, we're going to head into Agent Select now and see if CNED is going to pick that jet. I mean, we all know he will, but like I said, this is Europe. We cannot predict anything. We can't even expect anything. As, you know, CNED on jet is like saying the sky is blue. But at the moment, the sky in Europe is not blue. The sky in Europe is a mix of every single color there is. And thank goodness for CNED giving me that comfort, but also the Viper, Lothar.
Well, I have to bring it out. Like, we have seen this composition before, but Raise Your Edge, I feel because of the lack of raise in this composition, is falling flat on their face. If they just lack the utility to clear out sites, because this composition relies on usage of utility to push out the defenders outside of the site so they can plant and play post-plant. If you lack that, then you cannot execute that win condition. And this is a story that we were like kind of drumming over and over and over again when we have seen Raise Your Edge playing this exactly the same composition before. And if this happens again, I'll be honest, they just lack a guy that makes an analysis of their games, because it's really
and Bone Cold said that they drew inspiration from FNATIC for this comp, but of course they're going to want to not do a FNATIC today and qualify. They are just one map away from Masters. Mitch and Lothar, take us.
Well, here we are on bind, ready to see if OG are in a bind. This map we've seen go incredibly well for Raise Your Edge in the past on the defensive side versus Rick's GG. Most recently, Lothar, you might remember that game because Raise Your Edge had a 9-3 half and lost the map. Their attack was less than great. Let's hope they've improved since then as we start out the pistol round here. But OG are on attack. They're up against Raise Your Edge's incredibly strong defense. And they're going to have to do something special compared to what we saw in the previous map. Starting it out, it looks like everybody likes the B side. 4 players from the defensive side, plus 1 on the way. But Raise Your Edge are quickly approaching them. Straight away, down below, jumping out of Hookah right into Bone Cold's arms. Kills going their way. Raise Your Edge dominating in the early fight. Starzo isolated a little bit, but no one's pushing. They're letting these fights happen one at a time, and this is not what we wanted to see from OG. It's all down to just one man, Tvik. The heals are coming in. He knows he's in trouble, and around the corner come the players to finish this one off.
Oh, this is really off-timed. I would say like that. The entire round was meant to be like collapsing the moment after that paranoia hits the garden, but Anko actually goes first on site. I'm not sure what happened there on garden to stop that push, but something had to happen there, right? Because 3 players on A long were just not pushing garden after the paranoia. Maybe they got hit by it? It's uncertain, but that was the moment where Anko and Cypher player, who's playing Cypher, that's Onibai, he should have pushed together with that push from long, and that didn't happen, and the entire round just failed. And now there's 4 people pushing B long as well.
Oh, they are on their way. The molly slows them down a little bit, though. OG caught behind it, and that's going to pump the brakes of the team. Raise Your Edge haven't yet spotted out this control, and there's the flash. It confirms even though one player's TP'd, there's still more here, and it sort of destroys the fake that OG were going for, now facing into a couple of fights and not really getting a whole bunch for it. As Sova comes to rejoin his forces, there may be no forces left to come back to. They're just being torn apart on this eco, and well, looks like we might have a flawless on our hands.
I guess so. Tvik again, last one on alive with 12 HP, probably not for long. He's being pushed. He tries to get that 1 kill, which could be impactful for that utility, but now, look at that. CNED is gonna play an operator. Maybe not this round. Never mind. He actually rebuys the armor as well. So full commitment. There's confidence coming right now. This is the factor that we didn't see before, because we didn't see Raise Your Edge just play defense at all, basically. But now, CNED is the force to be reckoned with, and we need to pay attention if he is impactful in this round.
Absolutely. We want to see CNED get off to a good start. Or I suppose it depends. We also want to see OG give us a 3rd map, so there's a lot to be desired in this one. But CNED with the operator, man, he had I don't even want to say he had a slow map, but statistically, it was one of his worst maps, I guess you could say, but they dominated. They didn't even need CNED to show up, and now they might have everything going their way over on Raise Your Edge if this operator is able to deal the damage. Tasmanian Tiger spotting out AKM. That's a bit of a jump scare every time it comes around the corner if you're not hearing it coming. Right up in his face, taking him down onto, 90 HP, but it's the armor stripped off as well. You lose about 30, and that's going to hurt you in some fights. For OG, they're looking at the B site. With open arms, they'll be welcome, though, because the defenders have rotated in a third player to hold off on this site. And Brimstone's also very close to his ultimate at this point. They don't compete overly for long, but they're happy to play passive. He might be just 1 kill away. I think Bone Cold has done a lot. And if that's the case, well, 1 kill in the round could be in dire straits straight away. Starzo inside the tube, wants to pop the flash out on the right side, blinds up some of the opponents. Here's another flash. There's a player blind as can be, and Starzo takes him down, even with the Spectre. 2 towards elbow and an op supporting him from behind. This is looking like a pretty strong B defense, and OG make that read and bail out towards A. But look who's still waiting for them. Unko ready to catch off Bone Cold and go to his teammates. Killaz in the corner, not spotted, wall up, they come through, down goes the toxin screen. Killaz grabs one, they still don't know, and so he drops the spike as well. The snake bite leaves Unko taking double damage. They've got to plant that spike now, and there's no time. They've wasted it all away. They dropped the spike just for good measure, but I think he'd already ran out at that point.
Yeah, that's tough to watch. You know, it's like there's no synergy right now between the OG players. They want to execute a plan, but there's always something off the timer, off the timing, and they're not pushing exactly how they would like to push. And Starkso, I feel like he was MVP on this round because of those 2 flashes that just stopped an entire push on site. Cypher was basically killed without doing anything because he was straight out of the window on B and just flashed for like 5 seconds or something like that. It just dies. It was very close anyway because Starkso missed few first shots, but them losing a player like that was basically giving away the entire attack. And now they gonna have a very tough round ahead of them. CNED tried to go for that early peak. Didn't get the kill. If I'm not mistaken, it was a leg shot.
I threw the wall, I think, as well, so that player is fairly... Or maybe it wasn't actually, sorry, because he's healed himself up, so yeah, I think just a pure leg shot.
It's tough. It's tough. OG has to find the place, but if I would have to make a call, I would say that this map is gonna be very similar to what we've seen from Raise Your Edge before on Bind. They're gonna have a very dominant half on defense, but then the question is how well they can execute with their composition and attack, and we have, double guessed them already. Onko goes through this snakebite. Is that the previous match when we have seen FNATIC and Ballista play?
Tell you
People
what,
pushing through snakebite.
Bone Cold's got his ult now. After that little 3K, I'm sure of it. This is so I don't mind that as much. The fight that we had in the previous game, they actually intended to fight the players' lamps. Right there, they were hoping the invulnerability would be gone before they made it to site, but because of the aggression that Raise Your Edge took, they ran into a player. So it's not as bad, shall we say, as it was from Ballista, just going, to hell with your snake bite, I'm coming for you.
I was just trying to make a joke more about it, but this is nuts. Seen it with the opening kill on AKM. The entire attack just falls apart now, and one of the lanes on Bind are just being cut off by Viper. I'm not the biggest fan of the ultimate on Showers. I prefer to have it on A short, but this is basically just stopping a push from the Showers, like, at all. Look at the minimap. The entire Showers isn't an ultimate. So if you want to push through that and you want to do it quietly, you're gonna be at the exit point of Showers with 1 HP. Then a single snakebite kills everyone coming from that.
I'll say the thing I like about Bath over mid is with mid, they can TP or get up close to, for example, it depends where you put it, but There's no way to tell before it goes down, unless you're certain it could maybe go over to lamps as well. Whereas this way, you're holding a choke point and you don't need to hold it. You know no one's going to push through that. Like, nobody's crazy enough. And so you can support, like, on a 3-man fight as they come out mid. It can be, I mean, it's really down to how you're set up around it that matters the most. Starzo with the cage, and he flashes through it. I love that from Sky, as Starzo takes a triple kill and looks to make it 4. Unko in with his own triple, but now he's left on 30 HP. That is not ideal, and caught in the shadow step, CNED takes him down. You can see the small delay before he pushed out, both waiting for his teammate, but also saying, are you sure? Are you sure this guy's 1 HP? Okay, and then runs out jumping with a classic.
Very well played by Starzo. Really love the way that he did the pop flash using his opponent's utility for his advantage, basically. This is how we want to play Sky in both attack and defense, just taking opportunities like that. Use the Viper Wall, use the Brimstone Smokes, Omen Smokes, everything that can get you a little bit of space on the side and then just push with it. Remember, this is not a flash like from Phoenix. It doesn't decrease the equip time on your weapon, so you still have to sacrifice an entire second when you're pulling out a Vandal or a Phantom, but your opponent is blinded for a longer time than that. So this is where Starzo just gets a free kill, essentially. So well played by him, and he puts that round on the map for Raise Your Edge.
It looks like we got a little bit of that tech issue going on. And I mean, at the moment, I think OG are going to be happy, even if it's Raise Your Edge with the tech issue, just to be able to sit back and have a little bit of a breather. They need an escape at this point. They've managed to find 3 rounds across more than 20, which is less than ideal if you want to be winning. But
oh, yeah.
We've been told that the tech issue is on OG's part, so hopefully they'll have that fixed and be ready to go soon. I'm sure the rest of the team, while people are unplugging and plugging things back in, are having a little bit of a chit-chat about what they need to do.
Oh, by the way, I just got a message from the production that the previous map was around 29 minutes mark, so it wasn't faster than the G2 match.
We didn't beat them. We didn't beat them. We were close. That's that one round where they saved. It messed us up.
Oh, yeah, right. Oh, man. Oh, it would have been close. Right.
But yeah, no, this is an upsetting situation for like a number of reasons. But I have to say that if you're OG, you're really... Let's frame it this way. You're looking at the defense and knowing when they swap to attack, they will be weaker. Like, this is categorically their best half right now. The problem is, if you lose 12-0, doesn't really matter. Like,
I don't think it matters. Your mental game is in the gutters, you know, and you have to pull out the 12-0 as well. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. But hey, I feel like this is gonna end up 9-3, 10-2 to Raise Your Edge, and then we'll see how well they will perform on attack. But they are on a roll, and CNED again with the opening frag. What is going on?
Yeah, I think we need to jump in the game. At least I can see the game feed, but
well,
there we go. We got it.
Here we go.
So,
okay.
We missed out on opening kill going on long. We're back into a 5 versus 4. And at this point, if you're sitting down as OG, you've got control over the site, but you're losing players left, right, and center. You got to make a move and recover these disadvantages, or the power of numbers is going to overwhelm you. That's why they take elbow, rush in and find the frags, but still a little bit more needs to be done. Onibai was low HP, caught in the corner and eliminated. Both players now over towards elbow. This is a tough one to win out. They're gonna just tank it. That's a death. Oh, it's not even a death, actually. And oh, CNED, what? He goes through the smoke. They'd won this round either way, let's be clear. But he just jumps in, right-click and knives into their face. That is insane. 6-0 and relatively clean as well. Raise Your Edge have got a fair bit of cash now, don't they?
They're rolling in cash. They're like Scrooge McDuck right now with the entire bank, you know. They can just jump into some banknotes and coins and just swim around. And CNED with the quadruple kill, right? He got he got the entry kill, then he gets a second kill on Cypher through the crack between the Sage Wall and the entrance of site, and then he gets the double kill with the right click. Ridiculous. While jumping. I mean, you know, the ultimate has no recoil. Like, it's basically 100% accurate if you do it with the left click, even while jumping. Well, the right click has a little bit of a spread, but still, when someone is up close like that, there's a very high chance he's gonna die to the right click straight away.
Oh man, 6-0. It's tough. You know, we want to see those 3 rounds on the board for OG, and they could maybe make that comeback with the lackluster attack, shall we say, from Raise Your Edge that we've seen before. But based on how things have been going so far, I'm not having faith in them, and I hope they haven't lost it in themselves. All of Hookah's cleared out at this point as AKM looks to push forward and make some presence. The rest of his team rotating over. So it does look like, for the moment, this is intended to be a B hit. They've dragged the rotations, but now that they slow things down after making basically no presence and a recon dart sees nothing on long, they're confident to just rotate back and play the A site. They've spotted one on long. Smoke goes down. Recon drone rather confirms the second player to be here. Now they know about Sage 2. There's 3 players on long, and that information is there to play with for Raise Your Edge. Excuse me. So if you're OG, decision time means you probably run into a stack if you take the B side, but you can't rotate to A quickly enough. They decided to proceed forward and try to overwhelm them, but time is so low. There's 10 seconds left. A recon dart to back site is going to reveal absolutely everybody. They rush in on the back of the squids, and Onibai, he catches a side flank, picks off a player, and buys them that opening they need. Still though, players stuck on the site. They haven't taken good post-plant positions. They've got to win the duels, but isolated one at a time. Snakebite dealing double damage now with every bullet, and Bone Cold just shy of the 3k leaves Killez to clean it up. That was a textbook retake from Raise Your Edge Gaming. So much pressure applied that OG could never get themselves set up to play off their teammates.
This would be a good segment for a weatherman, you know, to like break down how that retake happened, because it was really beautiful. And I mean, it was beautiful because the opponents couldn't like back out, you know. So that utility that Raise Your Edge was using was meant to be effective, right? The recon arrow, no one can destroy it because there's other stuff happening. One of the attackers has to plant the bomb. No other way. You have to commit to the plant. So there's 4 people like ready on the side that have to deal with all the utility, and that the Sky ultimate with 3 Seekers that you have to destroy. And we have seen that the Seekers were such a big distraction that one of the players, if I'm not mistaken, that was Onibai, he couldn't even shoot at his opponent pushing with it because his recon was just way over the place. And the recon arrow was so effective, spotting, if I'm not mistaken, 4 players on the side, giving so much information to Raise Your Edge how to approach the game. Then the Viper still has the snake spice to clear corners and just push out someone from that pocket. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. The only thing that happened could have gone wrong if the last live player from the attackers, because he was actually in a spot where he could isolate the fights. If he wins the first fight, then he is actually capable of clutching that round. But that didn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think this is one of the things that we've noticed Raise Your Edge are quite good on defense, is getting back in, like just applying an insane amount of pressure to their opponents. And I wonder if it's almost their downfall on attack that they attempt the same sort of hyper-aggressive style that just didn't really see any dividends before. I'm excited with the Viper to see what they can manage on the attacking side, because I think that's really where the spice is. You know, defense, there's a couple of setups that we see come through again and again, but I haven't seen anybody reinvent the wheel all too much. If you look at what FNATIC and FBX do, I think you get a pretty well-rounded approach of what defense Viper can look like. But it feels like every time I look at the attack, there's new ideas. There's just so many things you can do with that set of utility.
Yeah, I agree. Viper's one of those characters that I feel like is very similar to Astra when it comes to the gameplay. She's a little bit more aggressive because the way her utility works, right? You have to be a little bit more committed. She's not as flexible as Astra, but Viper has still a very high skill ceiling that is not really discovered fully. And a player that will master Viper, especially in the future, because we know that she's gonna get a buff, maybe even a significant one, might be putting her in a position of a top tier agent. She's very playable now, but what if she gets that buff and it is going to be super impactful? What if she gets a second smoke? Oh my. That would be too broken. That would be too broken.
Don't be giving ideas out there, Lothar. Oh man, I don't want to see any buffs.
What about if the Viper heals in the ultimate?
I think we're running into dangerous territory here, man. Because what you pop an ult, you take a fight inside with a Phantom, you just run to the other side, you're full HP. I don't know. It's getting
all broken ideas, right? All broken ideas. Now, I feel like if I would have made the change, I would probably make the fuel go up to 125 instead of 100, and increase the equip time on all of her utility, because many times you die as a Viper while equipping a Snakebite or while doing the ultimate, and it's kind of awkward to play because you're being limited by the way the utility just takes time to set up. But hey, there's a round, another one. 7-0 currently for Raise Your Edge. OG needs to bring it up. They need at least 2-3 rounds if they want to make it easier a little bit on the defense. And right now they are struggling. They don't have a lot of cash. Raise Your Edge is like fully equipped. They can do everything what they want.
Yeah, for Raise Your Edge, it's going to be a pretty tough task if you look at the ultimates from OG, but we'll see how they deal with that. At the moment, it was a 3-man A stack to start things off, but so far it feels like OG have a fairly heavy preference for B. That maybe they've given themselves, or they've had a read of that themselves, because they fake out presence. They look to make noise on long and push some fights, but I don't know why Onibai is going already. Did they think that they'd fully rotated? I think that's a gamble, that maybe Raise Your Edge, we're going to like super quick rotate to the B site now. That didn't happen. Whatever the idea was, it hasn't paid off. TP to back site reveals one player. They know another to be over towards elbow. Site is now clear. They can jump out with the smoke that's down and only worry about Bone Cold covering the cross. He's not going to be caught by the Raze as he crosses over back to the other side of elbow, and he should be relatively safe. In comes that ultimate though, and it takes down CNET on the rotate. That's a huge opening kill to have. Taking CNET out on a retake, that op now not to be worried about in the same fashion, but there's damage going down to Omen. Unko is stuck in the corner. He got spammed. Still alive. Heals go back up for the Raise Your Edge side, but time is being eaten away at this point. They need to make a move soon. They're destroying the wall. Element catches one, and he's not silly enough to re-peek that from up top. He knows they'd be holding it, so he falls back. Now peeking below, kill as goes, and Bone Cold. He's left in a 1v4, coming out to look for the players on site. Time is so low, but he'll go for it anyways. They've got money to spend, but they will not win the round. OG, 7-1. A big deficit on their part, but at least they've got the first round on the board.
I agree. Although I think so that if I would have been Raise Your Edge in this case with the last man standing, I would have just played time. Tried to get as many people died to the spike, damage their economy even further because they're on such a low buys every single round, right? As well, and they have to rebuy everything because they use all of their utility. They lose a lot of guns, and it would have been a little bit awkward for them to actually rebuy all of that. But a very good round by OG, although it did start with a very odd choice of just pushing down mid by Onibai and just not doing much, just dry peeking mid for CNET to get a kill.
Give CNET kills. He'll take every single opportunity, but this man here, Bone Cold, he's been looking good all series long. He's kind of the unsung hero of the previous map. Was he just sat there with his ult ready to go?
Yeah, I was like,
So
what's the point? I know. The res from Sage, he was prepared to use it instantly if the res happens. So he comes out, here we go, but yes, it is prepared. The orbital strike just counters the utility from Sage. The res doesn't do much, and they gave out also informations of what's happening right now. So it's pretty awkward because Raise Your Edge now knows that they're gonna go through a short, and one guy is in showers. He got scanned through the wall, finished by the Hunter's Fury. Terrible round now unfolding for OG.
Yeah, they need this. They want to chain together rounds and get that confidence up, but it's not looking likely to be happening anytime soon. They know now that it's a B hit, hearing two players come through. Unko lurking on the other side of the map, catches a kill. Starzo out with the flash. He's trying to delay as much time as he can. 17 seconds on the clock, and Colda Menta blindsides Element. Perfectly played by Starzo there. He's really just being the distraction, screaming, I'm over here, I'm over here. Bang, his teammate comes in from behind, and Unko's stuck in this smoke. He is dead as can be at this point. They're spamming him. He's 30 HP, and Colda Menta triples it up to close that out. 8-1. They win a round and immediately get shut down. Raise Your Edge, really showing what they're capable of here.
Oh yeah, I love the play by Starzo here. Playing very confidently, but at the same time very smart. Like, you know, he's confident. He can peek that. He can win that fight. But why? It doesn't matter, right? He doesn't need the kill for the entire team to win. He just needs to be a distraction for the last guy because he's so hyper-focused, tunneled, like on to kill this guy on Garden, that he is not paying attention to what's happening on the other side of the site. And because of that, Just Stockster just flashes him, then the recon bolt just happens and it's finished. He's finished up. So pretty well played by Stockster. In the meantime, Cena just gets another first blood. It's nothing special. He does it every single round. So
it's just a CNED. Yeah, but we could do that for like aces for 2K, 3Ks. Like, yeah, that's CNED. That's pretty much the only summary we need. The dude's a beast, and we said defensive side with the op. We expect nothing less from him. Look at these snake bites. They're used to delay so much time. As soon as you spot with that wolf that there are still players, tiger, that there's still players outside there, you're going to just be firing off. Killers did miss the second snake bite, not actually blocking them from running through, but they would be on such a narrow angle anyways, running through one way that you don't imagine they'd get much done. The ult orb being taken inside of, was that Bath? But hold on, Bone Cold on the side swipe. I thought he had more than that in the tank, but Vic deals with him perfectly. The flash reveals a player as they now know that Sova's walking out on B, but CNED up close should be able to deal with that. There we go. I think he missed his op shot and had to go to Classic. A lot of damage being done by OG in a round where realistically they shouldn't be able to get up to much. And I like that Starzo doesn't commit to the push. It's a 2v2, and healing up his teammate versus Sheriffs is more important than actually taking the fight.
Yeah, I agree. This kind of turned around on his head, but CNED doesn't matter. This guy just shows on defense he is undefeated. He opens up the retake. 2 versus 1. They're still separated. There's a chance for 1v1 for AKM to take it, but he has a hard task. Like, even if he hits that headshot from the Sheriff, I feel like this is over 30 meters and it would only deal 145 damage. And then before the second shot lands, there's a high chance that Stockster just gets a kill with the Vandal in his hands. By the way, Bone Cold is sitting at 14k. Two more than CNED.
I'm glad as well, because he is a consistent player. Now, he's had some 3Ks versus an Eco, for example, and a couple like doubles here and there. For the most part, though, he's just a quietly consistent player. You see what he's able to do with his utility belt. I mean, how many rounds? This is the thing about... I'm glad he's top of the scoreboard, because it's very easy to highlight, like, oh, he's doing well because he's got a lot of kills. And that rings true with a lot of people, right? But the thing is, we could make a highlight reel of everything that he's done in this map. Like, not kills, but I mean utility usage, positioning, playing off his teammates. And he's just so good to look at and to watch play. It's really a pleasure to watch Raise Your Edge right now, because as I said before, they were like a pug team with an aim star, and now, in my opinion, they're really one of the top contenders within that top 10 of Europe. I'm really a big fan of this team.
Yeah, that is true, but still, the big task is the attack rounds, right? They might be just rolling over OG right now, and it's a matter of like getting that confidence on the attack rounds. But if they would have, start on the attack on this map, this could have been a completely different map. Now it's still not over till it's over, but it's not looking good for OG. They start the attack on B long, this time with the drone. Again, Bone Cold in the same position as always, but Stockster dies and he's alone. He has to teleport to A. Now B is entirely open. CNED still holding it. He sees players in. Hookah, he misses the shot, gets naded out and then traded by. He was cut off with utility so well.
We said 3 rounds for OG is where we need to see them at a minimum. And that's provided that Raise Your Edge have a tough second half. Look at this spray down, and Coldamenta even gets him afterwards, down to 33 HP. This is winnable on the retake, and that's scary. Coldamenta goes down with his low HP. Bone Cold should be soon following, and indeed he is. AKM cleaning house with that raise and putting 2 rounds on the board now for OG. One needed for them to have a position to work from, really. If you don't manage, if you get 10-2'd, a pistol round loss almost seals your fate where it is, because when you're looking at all these ultimates that your opponents have to work with, it seems impossible that they don't manage to clock up some rounds with the way they're playing right now.
Yeah, and this is the most important round for OG, also to use all of those ultimates that they have available. AKM has the Showstopper, Twig has the Hunter's Fury. This has to be used to take control of a site or use Postplan when it comes to Hunter's Fury, but I would love to see it just to get a kill and open it up. Bone Cold with the Orbital Strike. Crucial part of this round if he wants to delay a plant or then just retake after that. We'll see how that will be used. Both teams actually have 3 ultimates now. Attack is being prepped by OG. 4 people just creeping up garden. Entire side is open, but I feel like that's because of the Orbital Strike. Heal happening from the sky. Achilles is on 83 HP. There's the plant. There's the ultimate from Viper. There's no orbital strike to delay the plant.
No, they're going to keep that for post plants by the look of it. They hope that at the moment... oh, wow. Okay, that was a showstopper just thrown away. Quickly fired in towards spawn, hoping they were actually seizing the space that... Well, they just weren't. This is going to be a little bit awkward now, because that ult covers a lot of space, but it doesn't actually cover the spike. So they'll need to do something and actually push out of the ult, which is almost more difficult. Coldamenta picks up one, but CNED's dropped his ultimate now out of the game. Spray down full blind works, and they manage to open space, push the players back on long. Hunter's Fury deals with Coldamenta, leaving just Bone Cold. He dodges the first, but he's got to get in there for the defuse, doesn't want to get tagged, and he can't stick it. There's no time for him to do that. Smoke would dissipate, he'd be dead, and in the end, it's 9-3. OG get their desired rounds and a half that isn't ideal, but if Raise Your Edge play the way they did previously on attack, it might be enough.
That's true. That this round was so important for, like, let's say a small bit of comfort for OG on that defensive side, but now they're gonna have a big task of winning the pistol round. It's gonna be also instrumental for their well-being. I have to double guess though this round from Raise Your Edge. I liked how Born Cold used the ultimate to like cut off the entire garden and the pocket next to garden to make sure they can retake the site, but at the same time that orbital strike could have been used on site to delay the plant and regain control of it a little bit as well. I'm not sold entirely of how was this made, because then the Viper ult could have been also used differently, but hey, it's already happening. We need to go into that pistol round.
We do. It's underway. Camera spotted and taken down. Killaz steals away that information. And as well as that, Paranoia just got used. That's huge utility out of the round straight away for OG. Raise Your Edge, baiting them perfectly, but they've actually ran onto the site, so now it's a bit awkward because the spike is here and they've lost control over Hookah. But it's all a big ruse, a big fake, as they now look to move towards the site of A. The TP's underway. CNED, we've seen this position used before, lurking out. Unko used it. And oh my god, okay. Through the wall, he's taken down. Coldamenta fails to cut off rotations as well. The flank now open, and the spike still not made it to sight. Only now does the wall go up, and they cross over, and it looks like they want to do more than just that. Killa is looking to force the fight. He's crept up behind them, already taking the fight inside of Lamps. And never mind, Starzo actually cleans house. There's the flash, spotting out both players, but a little bit late, because the kill comes through. Spike still not planted, not even being attended, because they don't have the space to do so. Bone Cold gets spotted and stuck inside of Lamps. He's being wall banged at the moment, clipped in the back down to 45 HP, and he's going to go for the teleporter. Oh, this is a big mistake. They're leaving him open to do it. He could TP and get a spike plant on B. It's a little risky. He'd have to jump on out. 10 seconds, no time anymore, really. He's got to force the fights, and it's just not going to happen. A 4K for Munko to close out the round, and a much-needed pistol for OG.
Much needed, as you said, but honestly, a little bit unlucky for Raise Your Edge to play the way they played, because I felt like CNED had a great lurk opportunity, but he was peeking a little bit too much, and it was very smart from OG to have still 3 people check that site. If someone is still there, they had a lot of time before the plant goes in, and they knew that the Raze can delay people going for showers with one of her paint shells, which was super crucial for them to check for that lurker role. And I feel like there was still an opportunity for Raise Your Edge to use the teleporter right after they got the kill on Lamps and just get back to B. But hey, again, they are super fast. I cannot even talk about what's happening in the previous round because they're already executing on site. But Quick feeding on Raise Your Edge. Will he get the ace? He gets it. First ace of the day.
That's a nice little 5K for Tvik. I mean, look, if you're talking about confidence builders, I think that's about as good as it gets. You completely shut down a push all by yourself. Utility, weapons, absolutely everything playing a role in it, and even taking a couple of bullets, a couple of scars to tell the kids about. I like it. I like it a lot from Tvik. And at this point, you know, yeah, it's versus classics, but I really don't want to undersell how important it is to have these sort of individual rounds when you're down, when you're behind. You know, Tvik is feeling revitalized, energized, and ready to go.
Yeah, and it might be a repeat of the history that we have seen 2 days ago when Raise Your Edge was playing Unbind and they were winning 9-3 and then still lost the map. And I don't want to be a prophet, but this might happen again. Let's see how they approach the attack. This is so crucial. Now, this round is a full buy for Raise Your Edge, but there's a ultimate available for Tvik because of that ace that he got previous round. This can be used either offensively or aggressively. Offensively or defensively. Depends on what he wants to achieve with it. He didn't use the drone, if I'm not mistaken yet. Or did he? I don't think so. Which can be used to get a tag and then proceed to transfer that into a kill. Otherwise, he was just gonna use it for to delay a plant. But now the entire team of Raise Your Edge is playing a very awkward positioning on the map. Viper took the control of showers. She's just waiting there to see if someone is peeking. In the meantime, 4 people just went and did the rotations from A short to B. 4 people on the long, 3 people on the long B, currently hovering after the drone. No information's gained. They destroyed the trap. Crucial information. Now they know they can just walk on the side. Cypher still in hookah, gets a kill on Bone Cold. They lost the smokes. They're already used on side, so it doesn't change much. But in the meantime, Kai Kliss with the kill on B. He gets that crucial kill. They get the info. Where's the other player? But 14 seconds left.
Gotta go. They've got to get that plant. Luckily, CNET in the back, able to take down Tvik. AKM falls, but Unco's here to harass this final player. Starzo stuck on the spot. He knows now that heaven is clear. Surely, he knows they're both on mid. Your Seekers went that way. Starzo? Okay, there's 1 kill. Finally, now he's looking for the second, knows that it's Cypher, and up close through the cage. Onibai makes the mistake of challenging Starzo and gets dropped. 10-5. Raise Your Edge getting away with a great round. I love the fact that, first of all, weird to me, OG left bathroom open. They allowed the ult orb to be taken. Usually you'll see teams fight for that control, but they make the decision to play passive. Then Killez is lurking inside a bathroom, and a little bit of a fake. I mean, I don't think that was even that convincing. A drone and a flash went up B long. They didn't spot anything, but it's because of Cypher. Cypher's cam was in hookah, and he was in hookah, so he couldn't actually tell anybody whether there was 5 players there or 2. And as soon as the TPs are heard on mid and Bone Cold dies, bang, they're TPing long, they're taking the fight, and it was just glorious. Now, though, look, they're actually fighting for that bathroom control this time around. A little bit of a switch up.
But take a look at the positioning of Viper. She's actually in the teleport, trying to get a kill at some point, but she will be droned out. She wasn't seen. I think she wasn't seen. Will that be used for their advantage?
Toxins going up.
Yeah, that's going to be a bit awkward now. You know, if you're in that position, if they manage to force rotates, but it looks like they're going to leave the teleporter altogether, so never mind. OG, 4 players on A side. They seem to love this. Or 3, sorry. I don't know how I miscounted there. 3 players on the A side. Of course, it was a push down long that granted a kill, and they just back off. Then they drop CNET the lurker on A mid, and at this point, Raise Your Edge in a pretty tough spot. They want to dodge that recon arrow, and they do so successfully. The final burst coming out now as they start to move towards long quickly. A full rotate on A. Finally, there are 4 players there. Boney had saved that for a few seconds. Starzo starts to go through hookah. Now, look at the Sova on site. He's not in a position to really get any information whatsoever. It's the camera that has to spot them. But this means their reaction time is going to be very, very limited. As this camera activates and doesn't spot anybody, they destroy it. Okay,
as well.
Yeah, actually, they did, so that now they know the players are coming out, and this is where Sova might be able to catch them off guard. He pushes through the cage, and there you go. Well played by Tvik. Beautiful angles for him, realizing that they would think Cypher was here somewhere, but they wouldn't imagine he'd be there as well.
Yeah, I really like how Tvik played that angle because of and he was allowed to do that because of the trap that was guarding his other flank. So this is a very crucial play by Tvik, and then allowed the Cypher cage, allowed him to change his positioning. So all around, I really liked how OG played this defensively. But I have to point out, like, Raise Your Edge, and don't be mistaken here. Raise Your Edge here is on attack, not on defense because of the colors. Raise Your Edge is playing very slow. They're trying to plant the spike in the last 10 seconds. It's a very uncomfortable position to be in because of the fact that you cannot fake those. You have to go. Your opponent knows what's going on, and they can just take advantage of that with their utility.
And being able to keep themselves in it mentally is one of the most impressive things for OG at the moment. I like the change-ups that they're having. They go between completely conceding control over bathroom and fighting for it with a wall even. This time, though, they're not going to get any reward. as they did a little bit of damage. The CNET is low. It's a full push up through B. It's already granted them an opening kill. They look for more with the flash around the corner. Smoke's going to go down and possibly a spike plant too off the back of that. This is a little bit awkward now for OG. You know, they've given away a kill to a very, very low buy. So that's a retrieved weapon, first of all. And they're now going to have to play retake versus a Viper ultimate. When you've got those weaker weapons, that's exactly where a Viper ult can thrive in forcing you to take those close range fights.
Especially with a Spectre or a Phantom that has a suppressor and you can see or hear where the shots are coming from. So this is crucial ultimate right now, even though it's not entirely on the spike. CNET with the free kill and then a great crossfire on the hookah. Coldamenta, even though he has just a classic, he is in a great position to guard the spike. Starks with another killer element. It's falling apart for OG. Seems like 11 rounds is gonna be a given. Uncle will not even try. He knows this is it. He needs to save the weapon. Oh, that is really painful for OG right now.
He gets another kill as well. Coldamenta was trying to hunt him down, but got shut down on long. And with that, I mean, a round that, honestly, I don't think going into it, if you're Raise Your Edge, you don't expect to win. You have an ultimate, you have some small weapons, but for the most part, this is a, let's see how much damage we can do.
Exactly.
And instead, just a 1-2 Uniflu, they get dropped.
Yeah, the Twig has to be beating himself because he basically donated a gun, right? A rifle to Element during that decision making when he just peeked and died. So it's very awkward because you feel like you let your teammates down by doing simple mistakes like this when you don't really have to fight, or you can just take long range fights when they cannot retrieve the weapon. Now, that smoke could have saved the position for Cypher, but it did not work out. But still, a good hold. Razor Edge doesn't want to push. Keelys dies in hookah, but they still managed to get the side control. They don't know if someone is in the tube. They didn't check it though. This could have been painful if someone was still there. There's a plan. There was a plan to delay the plant with the paint shells on default spot, but it's being planted in the middle of this site, and now a full 5 people retake against the forces of Raise Your Edge. That cross replacement, that doesn't pay dividends.
Oh, he gets nothing for it. The one kill traded out straight away by Bone Cold and CNET, but they've lost control over the site. Here's where you can have this ultimate come in huge. It's dropped down, and it's forcing the fight, grabbing himself a triple, and Bone Cold, he gets the triple kill. He gets the round, and we're looking at match and series point for Raise Your Edge.
Bone Cold with the triple.
Oh my god. I'll pay any money. Just give me my dog back.
Did it fit? I hope it did.
It really sounds like a ransom letter in a movie, like, we have your dog, $10,000.
But hey, Bone Cold, this guy is putting in numbers. This map, and for sure in overall, like, he was consistent 2 days ago, he is consistent today. They might have a star player in form of CNET, but Bone Cold putting his name on the map of promising players.
Absolutely. I mean, connected himself a spot for his team now where they're just 1 round in 6 away from closing this out. I mean, that's about as strong as it gets. I love this strat actually with the nade. Like, you're guaranteed damage there most of the time. So you're not guaranteed. But you know, 60% of the time it works. 20% of the time. He gets some damage in because they're trying to break the wall. They're up close, and then boom, nade comes through. Bounces off the wall nicely. Gets some good momentum on it. I love that idea. But as we come into the final stage of this round, you have to take a look at ultimates, and with a Hunter's Fury and a Showstopper in play for OG, this is somewhere that you can't really afford to fully commit towards an angle at the very start of the round. And actually, Hunter's Fury returned to do damage to Tvik. He's taken a bit of a hit now, but he dealt out a good amount of damage at the same time. You're going to go straight out onto the site, or are you? That's what they want the defenders to think as they TP over towards long. But a curious decision. They don't go through bathroom, knowing that they have control there from earlier. They're moving to mid instead, and this is going to be a TP back to the B side, I think. They've already got 1 kill, and now they've got to deal with 1 more. He's taken down, and do they consider going back? No, they're finding all the kills. Unko traded on to bring it into a 2 versus 3. Spike planted. Ultimate's now out of the question. Showstopper didn't even get popped at such a crucial time, and OG could be in serious danger. Coldamenta certainly is walking through that snake bite. They won't expect him in the corner. corner, though. That's the whole plan for OG. They're split on this retake. They have to take 1vx fights, and this is Sova on the first one, walking straight into Starzo. Coldamenta was there to trade, and Oni buys only got a bookie buy. This is going to be pretty tough. Even going to the classic at the start, Killaz shuts him down, 13-6. Raise Your Edge Gaming absolutely dismantle OG.
Oh, I love to be proven wrong. I said OG will gonna advance in this match and Raise Your Edge. Way better looking team than we have seen them 2 days ago. Really well played. I really like how they played on defense. Like, we know that they play well defense. Like, the stats don't lie. They win 60%, 70% on the maps when it comes to the defensive rounds. And here, it was just proven that they have a better attacking side than they had. There's still some problems there with the confidence and the timer, but there's promise.
9 rounds lost in 2 maps. It's damn impressive considering the stage of the game that we're at. You know, we're up into the final stretch of challengers, the best teams in Europe, and they barely break a sweat in qualifying to Masters. It's pretty unbelievable for Raise Your Edge now, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do in the future. But what was also unbelievable was the performance of some of these players. So let's bring them up. Sure, we had some great games from CNED. So that second map in particular, he was just dominating. Bone Cold and Starzo, though, alongside him, they're all in contention for the player of the match. And that's where you guys come in at home. You've got to go over to Twitter at Esports_EU and tell us which of these 3 players, that's Bone Cold, CNED, and Starzo, you think deserves to be the player of the match. Now, being from the Turkish scene, I think CNED's going to have a fairly heavy sway in the social media, but if you're a fan of Bone Cold and Starzo, make sure you go vote for them as well. Every vote counts over on Esports_EU. That's on Twitter. But for now, we're going to bring Sue back in and have a little bit of a chat about how that game just went down, because I think most of us are pretty surprised.
Wow. I mean, I don't have... You're seeing my real-time reaction right now. What is going on today? But what I will say is we got that Bone Cold with a 3K, Mitch. I am so happy because it happened. He had a 3K earlier in the map and I'm like, oh no, he's missed it. But then the second one, I was like, yes, Mitch, you got right in there. Well, let's talk about the player of the match nominees. Mitch, like you said, when CNED is in the mix, it's hard for him not to win these things. But who would your pick would have been today?
Oof, I mean, if I have to go for someone, honestly, like, I think it's really tough. I can genuinely think of arguments for every player on that roster. Killaz especially, that first map, he was unbelievable. But then going back over, like, I think it's got to be Bone Cold. I mean, I don't know if it's just because I love saying his name, Bone Cold, but also the fact that he's just so consistent. Like, yeah, he's not the player that's going to drop you 30 kills, but he's going to be able to consistently hit those numbers, provide value for his team, and I think nothing showed it better than that last round. I had to save the 3K moment, you know? I don't want to do it during an eco. We want to wait until it's really important, and I think he certainly delivered just when we needed him to.
Well, let's talk about consistency, Lothar, because after taking down G2, you know, some people can sort of put that down as you might have just had a good day. But then to do this to OG, how threatening do you think this team is right now, especially in comparison to the rest of Europe?
Raise Your Edge is still, like, I don't think it's on the same level of other teams that are so well prepared on both sides, defense and offense. And I feel like Raise Your Edge, if they're gonna fix the attacking side, they're gonna be a really force to be reckoned with and one of the best teams in Europe. But right now, it falls a little bit flat on the attack. You know, it's not as convincing on the defense. The defense, monstrous, really well played. Also very aggressive. See that it's so convincing on playing the operator, but he needs that economy rolling behind him to be allowed to play like that, right? So they need to chain rounds. They have one win condition, which is rolling in cash on defense and then trying to scrape by on attack. And it worked out today, but they need to prove that they can have a big playbook on attack in the next stage. On Masters, they have to prepare a very good offensive side on every single map.
What about OG? OG, Mitch, because like you said, it was kind of unexpected that this series went the way that it did. What do you think the issue was there for them and the reason that they weren't quite able to get back into the series?
I mean, if you got an hour, when you win 9 rounds in 2 maps, it's going to take a while to explain that one. I think, looking at this team, we didn't see the same level that we did going back throughout the qualifiers and was it last week or the last week of games? So put it that way. It's almost like 2 weeks between them or something. The thing for me, map pool, Icebox is a really strong map for them. That not being here in the first two or in the pool at all kind of hurts them for sure. But it's not just that. It's like elements like AKM. Elements. You get it? Like AKM.
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna put all the weight on him. But it's things that we've seen before. Like when I watched Descent back in I think it was last week, it was something that really surprised me was how well they claimed map control off their opponents. They were constantly battling for it, and it was really nice to see them play. And I feel like here, they lost a little bit of that. On their defensive side, they were so passive. They conceded so much control, and nothing said it better for me than the round where they just walled off deep shallow, I suppose, for them, into bathroom so that their opponents could go forward, get the ultimate orbs. And that's something that's very dangerous to give your opponents that much control. And you could see then that Razor Reds just, they had so much space and they felt like they had the map basically for free in those early stages.
I agree with you, Mitch. I do think it's a little bit curious that they didn't pick Icebox. I think that's what I would have expected from them, given how dominant they have been on that map. It is a wintry themed cold map. And speaking of cold, I had to do that segue, but we do have an interview lined up with Bone Cold. Welcome to the show again, Bone Cold.
Thanks.
It's great to see you. And right off the bat, I wasn't sure if you heard the segment we just did now. Of course, you've been playing the game, but we managed at last with Mitch to pull off a Bone Cold with the 3K. It happened. How do you feel about that?
It's pretty nice. I had to go and watch the VOD review with my friends after that because there's been a lot of memes going on with my friends after that. I've gotten some nice messages, so I'm waiting for that.
Well, you did more than just pull off 3Ks today. You had a really dominant performance, especially on that bind map. How did you feel with your own performance? Are you happy with the way that you and your team managed to come out swinging today?
Oh yeah, I mean, we had really good energy. I think we prepared today really well, and all the positive energy from the team, it just feeds off from me. So when my team's shouting and celebrating every time we win the round or do something nice, it's really nice, and that's what makes my performance go even higher. And sorry, I'm a bit speechless. I'm really happy for the win.
That's okay. That's okay. One of the things I wanted to address is that when people who might not be familiar with you or haven't seen you play, sort of look at your team, it's very easy to sort of fall into the trap of, you have CNED on that Jet AWP. He's going to carry. He's going to always, be the top fragger, and he has such a big impact. Now we've seen you guys play on Ascent and Bind, where he wasn't the one that was top fragging, albeit he was also excellent today. How do you feel about that? And how do you feel about the depth of your team right now? Because you're not just relying on CNED.
Yeah, so like everyone in our team knows that CNED is really talented mechanically. So it's really easy sometimes because CNED just goes on a rampage and the rest of the team doesn't really need to do anything. But there has been officials and scrims where the rest of the team takes up the slack. Like if CNED's not doing so well, there's always some people in the team that will pick up the slack, and that's something really comforting for all of the guys in the team.
Well, lastly, before you go, I just quickly wanted to find out, because you guys haven't played against that many top level teams in Europe. Of course, taking down G2 and now OG has been fantastic. Yeah. But going into Masters, which team are you most looking forward to facing?
FPX for sure. We remember it was some qualifiers where they dropped us, and I really want to get the revenge on them. They have, I don't know, they're a really really good opponent to play against. They play really structured. They have really talented players as well. I'm really looking forward to play against them.
I'm looking forward to you playing against them as well. You will get that chance. But before I let you go, I just want to announce that, of course, CNED has won the vote for player of the match. Not gonna lie, Bone Cold, I voted for you. But how do you feel about CNED winning? I mean, it's pretty expected, right?
It's pretty expected. The man's a one-man army. Everyone knows it.
Well, I'm rooting for you. I believe it. And Masters Bone Cold, we are going to get you that player of the match vote. And if it'll cost me anything, I will make that happen. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always great to speak to you. And yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing you back here at Masters.
Thank you. It's going to be a pleasure. I hope we meet in Masters again.
Thank you very much. To Bone Cold, always great to chat to him. And Mitch, I think he was robbed. I love CNED, and I think CNED is an absolutely fantastic jet AWPer, and this team really thrives with him on it, but it should have been our boy Bone Cold.
I agree. I'm there with you. You know, actually, when you look at first kills to first deaths over the series, CNED was +1, Bone Cold was +3. So, says it all there. Let's get that man the MVP next time, because yeah, like it's always the unsung hero that really wins my heart, you know? Everybody will praise, you know, you look back on the whole of Challengers, it's going to be seen in a lot of those frag movies. But when you're the guy that's kind of consistently getting those 1 to 2 Ks, carrying the team forward, you're playing the utility, you're not getting as much. You know, no one's going, watch this. Oh, what a good smoke. Like, no one's doing that. And so it's kind of it's a big loss for poor Bonko. We'll get him there eventually.
I think as casters, we're going to have a huge task in Valorant to make, like, you know, slots for players like that, because we're going to have support players that are more obviously support than in other games, because they will set up the big plays for the duelists, right? But they will not be as, let's say, public to the eye when it comes to their performance and their achievements. So we have to paint that, how those players support their teammates and allow for those big plays to be set up, because CNED has a lot of kills, but a lot of times he gets those kills because of the great flashes by Starkso, because of the good utility usage by Viper and Brimstone, and it's a team effort. Doesn't matter who has 30 kills, you know. Just ask Scream.
Oh, exactly. But yeah, Mitch, I think you and I can start a hashtag justice for Bone Cold after this. But CNED was your player of the match, but now you guys at home have an even bigger task, because you can head over to Twitter at ValEsports_EU to vote for your MVP of the week. So which player that you felt like was the best over the last 4 days of competition? I believe that poll is going to stay up there for a little bit, and I think there is a Twitch chat command as well if you want to look at that now for the link, and we will probably announce that on Monday or Tuesday. I'm not 100% sure who the nominees are, but guys, we have a few players that have really popped off this week. Mitch, I'm going to put you on the spot here and say who's impressed you the most this week.
Oh God. Okay.
I'm doing it.
We go with the easy vote of CNED. I mean, I'll say everyone's let me down because I'm the only person to get every prediction wrong. To clarify on that, I thought we were predicting the losers. So my bad. I'll get it right next time. I really don't know. To go overall, I think that's somewhere we have to go and not just look at stats in depth, because it's very easy to just like click on and go, oh, this guy's got high average combat score, therefore he wins, right? I'm not even sure who would be leading with that. But the reality is there's so much more to go on in the background that it becomes next to impossible to really highlight one guy. I mean, social media's got it cut out for them if they're limiting it to 4. Ooh, I wouldn't fancy that job.
I mean, Lothar has come out with a crown this week with the predictions, as you guys can see, and who knew that Twitter analysts were smarter than you and I, Mitch?
Yeah, literally, Twitter has beaten both of us in predictions. What can you do? From now on, I'm going to look at what Twitter says, and I'm going to choose based on that.
Yep. And Lothar, just over to you as well. I personally been very impressed with Takas as well from Defuse. But who has caught your eye this week, Lothar?
I don't think I would put any spotlight on any single player. I was just immensely impressed with Ballista, and I just love how they approach the game, how they play the game. And as I said before, it's important for everyone to know this is not a game of one guy. You know, there's an entire team behind him, and I feel like Ballista played as a solid team. You know, with a plan. Sometimes they make simple mistakes. We have seen that from FNATIC as well when it comes to the fundamentals. But the thought process is there, the ideas are there, and the execution is something that is not going to be perfect every single time. But Ballista is one of those teams that I'll be watching every single game in every single tournament very closely to see how they evolve further and how many teams are going to pay attention to them and try to maybe even copy what they do.
Well, guys, we have finally arrived at the end of Valorant Challengers EU 1. You know, this is just the first stage this year, but we do have the 8 teams now who have qualified for Masters, and honestly, this is not what I expected in the beginning of the competition. So as you guys can see, Alliance, Ninjas in Pajamas, Guild, Defuse, FPX, Team Heretics, Raise Your Edge, and Ballista will be your 8 teams for Masters. Mitch, was this a lineup that you would have expected as well? Had I told you that these were the 8 teams that would make it to Masters 2 months ago?
No, I mean, we'd be lying to people if we said that this was predicted. I mean, hell, if you ask me what I predict the teams to be here, I'm going to be wrong. We know that. But still, I wouldn't have expected it to be in this ballpark. And I'm honestly so grateful to all these EU teams for keeping themselves together. You know, like there was a long period where you couldn't play any top tournaments because they were invite only. Then you come through open qualifiers, but obviously the first week, the second week, you're still facing off against the top 5, top 6 teams when you get to the later stage. So it's pretty tough. But for teams like Ballista, had they not have won today, the vast majority of Europe wouldn't know who they are. And now we're going to see them in Masters. And that just highlights how important it is to have open qualifiers, first of all. How I'd go even further. If we can get double elimination up in here, that'd be fantastic. But I'm happy that we get to see the depth that Europe has to bring to the table, because we've talked about this. It's been like the promised land for so long. We're like, oh yeah, we've got more than just G2, we swear. And everyone's like, NA are like, yeah, okay, yeah, you got G2 and maybe FPX. And now we're showing that no, the depth is there. Like, you take the top 15 EU teams, put them in an open qualifier or an open bracket, that's going to be a tough fight.
Well, Lothar, I know you really, really like Ballista, but with the exception of Ballista, which team are you most looking forward to playing in the Masters?
100%. FPX is a team that always impressed me, and I'm a big fan of Angel, how he proceeds to lead the team. Zipan is actually, I played 1 Twitch Rivals Zipan in a team with me, you know, and I was like, wow, this guy's absolutely nuts. He wasn't in a team that was known back then, and I was like certain that he's gonna get signed pretty quickly, and now he is in FPX, and I just love to follow up that storyline. So it's that team is something that I'll be looking forward to, and I hope I will see FPX Ballista at some point.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what Bone Cold said, right? That's the matchup that he's most looking forward to. I'm going to personally say NIP. NIP, they have really impressed me, and I want to see what they can do to other teams that aren't G2. Mitch, you know, I know you're not that bothered about Alliance, so which other teams are you also looking forward to, with the exception of...
I think I have to go with FPX as well. Like, really, they're just such a strong team. They pretty much lead the tactical depth of Europe, so I really look forward to seeing what they can do. And also I want to see them play. Like, I feel like with G2 for the longest time, we would turn around, even though they're winning all the tournaments, and say, yeah, but if you put them against the top 20 team, are they going to win it cleanly? Not all the time. Like, FPX, on the other hand, I look at them versus teams that are in the top 20, top 15, and I think they smash them consistently. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how they do versus some of these new guns who've proven themselves to be up there. But is there still going to be like a tier divide between your FPXs and your Ballistas, for example?
Well, we don't have to wait for too long until we find out, you know, the top tier of Europe teams competing to find out who's going to take that crown. But that is all the time we have left for today. I'm honestly getting quite emotional about this. Feels like an end of an era, but thank you so much, Mitch, and thank you so much, Lothar, for joining me and putting up with me. I couldn't have done this without you guys. And of course, thank you to Pansy and Hypoc as well. Thank you to all of you guys for watching at home, and congratulations once again to all of the teams that made it to Masters. And speaking of Masters, we will be back right here for Valorant Masters 1 on the 12th of March. Guys, write it in your diaries and we'll see you then.